DX, AI 트랜스포메이션을 통한 인공지능 대전환 시대로 돌입함에 따라 미디어 환경 역시 유례없던 변화의 시간을 맞이하고 있습니다. 우리는 새로운 시대에 저널리즘 가치와 역할을 재정립하고 저널리즘과 인공지능 기술과의 공존을 준비하고자 합니다. 새로운 저널리즘 시대에 퍼스트 무버로 나아갈 것인지 아니면 팔로워로 남겨질 것인지 선택의 기로에 선 지금 AI 기술과 공존, AI 기술과 혁신, AI 기술 발전에 대한 저널리즘 분야의 대응 방안, AI 기술을 활용한 저널리즘 산업의 확장까지 AX와 저널리즘의 주요 핵심 4가지 키워드를 바탕으로 AI를 품은 저널리즘의 미래 방향성을 국내외 전문가들과 함께 모색하고자 합니다. 올해 8회째를 맞이한 2024 KPF 저널리즘 컨퍼런스 지금 시작합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 KPF Journalism Conference. I am JoongAng, the journalist of KBS, who will be your host. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming to the KPF Journalism Conference despite your busy schedules. As you have just seen in the video in the opening, for this year's conference, we're going to talk about the AI transition and the coexistence of AI technology and journalism. Indeed, artificial intelligence technology is developing at a rapid pace every day, and amidst such media changes, we are going to come up with strategies to coexist AI technologies and journalism, share insights with experts, and build networks. From now on, let me start the beginning of the 2024 KPF Journalism Conference. So among all the sessions of the Journalism Conference, we are now stepping into the special session, which is the first session of today. So in last April, the Financial Times had built partnerships with the OpenAI, which was the inventor of ChatGPT and has become the center of journalism industry. Despite all the crisis that we're facing, I think that we will be able to also grasp new chances. And now let us invite Mr. John Reading, the CEO of Financial Times, to listen to his presentation. Please give him a big hand.
안녕하십니까? Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, the Korean I learned when I was living in Seoul in the late 1980s and early 1990s has become a little bit rusty, so I'm going to be speaking today in English. But I do feel very fortunate to be back in Seoul. I spent 3.5 very happy and very busy years here as a foreign correspondent, which was my very first posting with the Financial Times. In those days, I was focused very much on the news, the economic rise of South Korea, the transition to democracy, tensions with North Korea. Some things, like tensions with North Korea, haven't changed, but pretty much everything else has been transformed, especially in our industry, the news media industry. And that's why I'm so pleased to be here at this conference today. Timing is everything, as they say, and there is no doubt that this is a uniquely important moment in news media. So I'm delighted to be able to share some thoughts on our industry and our prospects from the perspective of the Financial Times. There's a lot going on in our world. We face multiple interconnected challenges for news media, and the broader information ecosystem, with implications that run well beyond to politics and society. Wherever you turn, the UK, the US, Korea, and all points in between, quality news media and the information ecosystem more widely face a number of severe challenges, from structural decline of key revenue lines, print circulation and advertising, to a lack of trust in media resulting from fake news and partisan reporting. And beyond media, there's severe competition for time and attention from new players and other activities such as social media and gaming. Generational trends are also playing out powerfully. Younger readers display what we call news avoidance, and where they do seek news, it tends not to be through traditional news media. A Reuters Institute report showed that a staggering 53% of respondents in their survey in South Korea use YouTube to get their news. That's up 9 percentage points on the previous year. And as if these challenges weren't enough to contend with, they're all being accelerated and deepened by the rise of generative AI, which many fear will threaten existing media players and disconnect us from our readers through new search and research and summary capabilities and formats. Despite all of these challenges, though, my main message today is one of optimism and opportunity. To be clear, that optimism is conditional. It requires the right strategies and the right leadership. But with those conditions, I believe quality news media can leverage these trends, technologies, and changes to its advantage, and that quality news can be a quality growth business. And I believe that the Financial Times stands as proof of that. So I'm going to start this morning by outlining the challenges, and I'll start there because any successful business and any sustainable strategy, especially in a time of fundamental disruption and turbulence, needs to have a pretty clear-eyed and honest assessment of the situation. It's no use just trying to ignore or hide the challenges, difficulties, or bad news. And let's be clear, there is plenty of bad news about. So these slides that I'm about to show the severity of structural change in our industry, the long-term and severe decline of newspaper circulation, the sharp fall in advertising revenues in absolute terms, as we see here, and as a share of global advertising revenues. So these statistics are drawn from the US and the UK, but it's a similar story in all markets, including Korea, as you can see from this slide. And beyond the business crisis has been a loss of trust, attention, and engagement. People are less interested in the news, and they spend more time gaming and streaming. And when they get their news increasingly from social media. As I said earlier, these are global trends, but they also apply very much here in Korea. As you can see from this slide, people spend more time online, watching TV, using social media, and even streaming music than they do reading the news. And with the lack of accountability on social media, along with the rise of fake news and ever-increasingly sophisticated deepfakes, it's hardly surprising that the reliability of information and the trust that that should engender has fallen sharply. More than half of the respondents to a Reuters Institute survey of 28 countries mistrust the news, as you can see here. And that global trend certainly applies here in Korea, as this chart shows, where the results were among the lowest of those countries surveyed, with just 37% of respondents saying that they trust the media. So, we've seen a series of plunging and rather depressing curves, charts, and statistics: advertising, circulation, reader interest, trust. To lighten the mood, here are some curves going the other way. The FT is at an all-time record high of readers, subscribers, and revenues. We are healthily profitable, and our business and business model has been strengthened and transformed since my days as a trainee in the newsroom. Then we were 70% print advertising. Print circulation was pretty much all the rest. Now we are 2/3 digital and content, i.e. journalism, and fully multimedia from text to video, audio, and data visualization. I'm not saying this as an FT promo. I'm saying this because there are practical lessons and principles, many learned the hard way, that can point the way to sustained momentum in this next phase of disruption. And let's be clear, the digital revolution and the mobile revolution, upheavals that we have all had to navigate as an industry, they were frankly really just mere warm-up acts to what's happening now, the AI revolution. In the words of Jim Albrecht, the former senior director of news ecosystem products at Google, in a thoughtful article that was published in the Washington Post, this is a thunderclap, the largest storm cloud you can imagine. So what to do? First, I would cite some key constants in the disruption playbook, necessary North Stars, if you like, and I'll come to some AI-specific measures later. To take these in turn, first, you have to value your journalism. Good journalism is worth paying for, of course. It seems a long time ago that we took flack for launching the FT subscription system for payment online. Back in the early 2000s, the tech platforms were actually angry that we were charging for journalism online. I remember touring California to explain our approach and model, and was all told all the time that I was wrong. The internet wants to be free, they argued, which was always, frankly, a little bit weird, because the internet doesn't want anything. It's a channel. So there's a certain irony that Google is now considering subscriptions for AI usage, and a clear reality that publishers without a reader revenue model have been failing fast. To be fair, the FT has been working with Google in recent years to take the art and the science of reader revenue models to a growing list of publishers in Europe, Asia, and Africa. And we currently have more than 800 publishers that have been through our digital transformation training programs. It isn't just about payment, though. It's about the direct connection to the reader and the data and insight that brings. First-party data is fundamental. Third, at a time of impersonal bots and algorithms, a human newsroom of experienced reporters and editors is an essential asset. Journalism is a craft. It's not a program. A bot will never match Martin Wolf, our chief economics writer, for trust, integrity, and experience. Nor can it engage in the same way with the same relationships as our columnists and critics. When our editor, Rula Khalaf, wrote to readers last year to reassure them our journalism would remain human, the wave of support was huge and heartfelt. Mark Zuckerberg talks about giving bots personality. We shall see. But no one should underestimate the appeal of authenticity and the strength of brands, some, like us, that have had more than a century of trust, characters, and personality behind them. But we can and must embrace this new phase of technology. We can't hold back the tide, the coming wave, but I think we can ride it to our advantage. I'll say more on that in a minute. And perhaps the biggest challenge is to plan and invest through the cycle. The major changes we are facing can't be conquered on a quarterly rhythm, it's hard to take a long-term view when the floor and the walls are all moving at the same time. We at the Financial Times are fortunate to have an owner, Nikkei of Japan, that is private, committed to mission maximization over profit maximization, and supports a long-term view. You can't choose your owner, I realize, just like you can't choose your parents, but you can draw the lessons, and a fixation with short-term profitability during a phase of intense disruption is not a recipe for success or survival. So these principles, of course, are now clashing into direct contact with the very real challenges of AI and the very real risks it brings. AI brings a risk of disruption, in particular disintermediation. It brings other risks too, ever more sophisticated cyber attacks. The good work of quality media brands can be undone at a stroke through a badly handled DDoS or other cyber attack. And brand and trust can be undermined by sophisticated duping of news articles. That's not a theoretical risk. It has actually already happened at a number of publications. But in terms of a systematic threat to our business model, the biggest risk is that readers will go to summaries or to abstracts rather than the original source on which the platforms themselves were often trained. I realize that this is a major issue in Korea, as it is elsewhere, with powerful aggregators drawing large audiences. And as I mentioned before, when discussing the North Stars, we have always insisted at the Financial Times on direct connection with our readers and have never surrendered that connection to the platforms. We in news media must make sure we maintain our principles and our connections in the age of AI, now more than ever. But despite all of these challenges, I want to say that I see the opportunities from AI to be at least as great as the risks. Some of those opportunities are familiar from the playbook of recent years. AI requires a new level of speed and agility dictated by the acceleration of technological change, though. The reader revenue model that has driven the FT's growth and has become the go-to basis for sustainable news organizations across the world can become even more effective through AI. Personalization, acquisition, churn management can all be enhanced through deeper reader insights and the predictive analytics that AI can deliver and can generate. And AI can clearly drive business optimization, productivity, and savings, customer service, software engineering, the drawing up of contracts are all areas of opportunity for co-piloting and saving so that people and journalists can be freed up to do higher value work and more resources can be directed to the fundamental asset of quality journalism. AI will also enable new tools and services internally and externally. In the newsroom, we at the FT are already seeing the impact and the potential from the combination of AI research on the one hand and the expertise and craft of our human journalists on the other. For instance, a recent story about Ukrainian children appearing on Russian adoption websites used facial recognition technology very effectively. And we've used AI to great effect in other features and services which we're developing for our readers. In-car audio with AI-driven recommended playlists, an upgraded search function combining AI research with our reporting skills to uncover stories. Korea, it strikes me, as a hotbed of innovation, is well placed to develop new products and services, and overall, the evidence suggests people here are generally positive about the potential of AI. A survey by the Ministry of Science and ICT showed some 60% of Koreans believe AI will bring more good than harm. I think that's a healthy perspective for the news media industry. The biggest risk and a futile approach is, as ever, to try and resist technological change. But a positive outcome depends on important conditions and considerations, the right strategies, and effective execution on the part of media players in the media industry, but also the right responses by regulators and by external stakeholders. Which takes me to the responsibilities of platforms and regulators. For the tech players and platforms, first and fundamental, it's right to pay for the work of others. It just is. Some things are self-evident. So I'm really surprised and disappointed by the reluctance here. I'm even more surprised, though, about the lack of awareness of where self-interest lies. For all the hype, AI still makes a lot of mistakes. I climbed to the top of Mount Fuji last year, which is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Up and down took me a day. It was a hard day's hike. When I got some energy back after the descent, I asked my AI bot for the world record. Its answer was 2 hours, which was clearly nonsense. I'm not as fit as I was, but I realized that would have been impossible. So when I challenged my AI bot, it apologized, which was nice, and it came up with a better sourced reply from the Mount Fuji Climbing Association, which said 9 hours 55. Still pretty fast, nonetheless credible. So while AI can have the wow factor, and the previews I've seen of next-generation programs with enhanced text, audio, and video functionality are pretty wow, and they will take creativity to the next level, it can and does fall short when facts and trust are foremost. And a key point is that it's likely to fall further short without constructive engagement with trusted sources for training and, crucially, for grounding and validating queries. A fellow news media executive put this point well in a recent hearing with the British House of Lords. As he said, if AI develops in the way it looks as though AI developers want it to develop, where they basically just appropriate all our work without any compensation at all, they will destroy the very news content on which their models are trained. You will end up with generative AI producing answers to users' prompts that are fueled entirely by other generative AI, and inaccuracy and bias will multiply. That's not just theory, nor special pleading from the media. In last year's Turing lectures, Michael Woolridge, who's the professor of computer science at the University of Oxford, explained how machine-generated content degrades large language models. Experiments run by his colleagues where AI trained on AI-generated material showed that after a few generations of training the output, in his words, dissolved into nonsense. So what does this mean? It means, in simple terms, news organizations do have leverage. They should insist on payment. And it means it's rational and self-interested for AI platforms to pay. It kind of actually sounds kind of obvious, but it's a significant and rare alignment towards reinforcing quality journalism. Meanwhile, regulators need to protect the rights of IP owners, individual creators of IP, local news organizations documenting life in their communities, or global news organizations producing the quality international journalism, must be in a position to exercise genuine choice, or a key pillar of functioning societies, a healthy news media. I know the government in Korea has said it will establish a new AI copyright system by the end of this year. And I know that it's a hard balance to strike between innovation and protection. But as the examples I cited show, without sufficient protection for original journalism, the innovation will be based on faulty foundations, and no one benefits from that, least of all the consumer, who should, after all, be at the center of IP and public policy. If the media is, there we go. If the media is rightly to receive payment for our content, one vehicle for that payment is licensing. That payment matters for principle and for revenue, of course, but also important is the opportunity to extend our reach and to understand how users will interact with AI. As with the digital and mobile revolutions, pulling up the drawbridge or trying to hold back the tide isn't a strategy for success. So we need to ride the coming wave. Some argue that such a policy of engaging with AI players and licensing our content is short-sighted, just strengthening potential AI rivals for short-term financial gain. But not, I think, if managed correctly, by which I mean ensuring that searches link back to your content, providing a source of engagement and subscriber growth, and by providing that the summaries of news content are highly limited, and ensuring that there are clear exit terms in the case of substitution. Beyond licensing, there is also the potential, I believe, for new systematic relationships between publishers and platforms. The technology to track AI results back to source material exists and is being refined, and given the value for the platform and the reader in reliable information, that presents the opportunity to align the interests of platforms and publishers. This isn't just theory. We at the FT are working with a US-based tech startup, ProRata, to develop a revenue share model where publishers are paid when the material is used to answer a query. In this way, the vicious circle of incentivizing sensationalism and scale through search and social media that has done so much damage to news media can be offset, maybe even replaced, by incentives and business models based on reliable quality journalism. I'm not naive enough to suggest that a new deal between platforms and publishers, which provides systematic payments for training and grounding, solves all the problems in the news media industry. The scourge of deep fakes, social media's optimization for attention are different and deep-rooted problems, and the policing by the platforms is nowhere near sufficient to hold back the toxic tide. To take one example, the explicit deep fake of Taylor Swift had 47 million views before X took it down. That instance made the headlines, but it's happening in real time, all the time. There is no single silver bullet that will solve all the ills of the information ecosystem. Resolve and regulation are needed to penalize abuse just as much as to support better practice. And while I recognize there's no quick win, I am suggesting the potential alignment of news media and tech on the use of and payment for original, reliable journalism with effective links to that journalism will help keep quality news media on the stage with their vital role. And this is a necessary, if not sufficient, condition for avoiding a cycle of potentially terminal decline in the information ecosystem. With effective innovation in the presentation of news across multimedia channels with formats that engage readers and hold true to the principles of reliable reporting, with a more robust regulatory framework and a real recognition by AI players and tech platforms of their need for original quality journalism, this long-running drama of news media disruption can have a better ending, and even a happy ending. So thank you very much.
Yes, so before we listened to this lecture, I mentioned that the title was to respond to the disruption of the future generation of the news media. I think it's really difficult to depict the destruction of news media in Korean language. So originally the title was dealing with the wave of news media or disruption. So when you think about the disruption, I think it has to do with disconnection in Korean. So as we face such crisis, responding to the waves of disruption would be crucial. I was able to sympathize with what he mentioned, and I was able to understand his intentions of the presentations. And many people would probably have also some curiosity about his presentation, so that's why we prepared special discussion session afterwards. Moving on with Mr. Park Jang-hee, the CEO of JoongAng Daily, we are going to have our special discussion session. So we have about 50 minutes. Now we'll move on to the special discussion. And if you have any questions, please scan the QR code and submit your questions. So after the discussion session, we will answer to those questions. So once again, please give a big round of applause to our two presenters, Mr. Park Jang-hee and Mr. Jung. Please give them a big round of applause. Good morning, everyone. I am Park Jang-hee, the CEO of JoongAng Daily. Here we have invited Mr. John Leading, the CEO of Financial Times. He is one of the most well-known leaders that spearheads the global journalism industry. It's really an honor to have him with us here today. So we have about 40 minutes, and we are going to discuss in three sectors. First is the digital journey of Financial Times and about the leadership of John Leading. Were there any secrets to the success of Financial Times, and if so, what were those secrets? Second is the overall future of the newspaper industry. If there is a successful key formula for success, then could other newspaper companies copy that success formula? Lastly, it's about our topic, artificial intelligence. So apart from digital and mobile revolution driven by AI, would there be any changes that would come afterwards, after the digital and mobile revolution? I would like to listen to the opinions of Mr. John Leading. So now we'll begin. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. It was informative and insightful and inspirational. Let us return to the 2 decades ago. So in 2006, you became the CEO, and in 2007, you started the meter paper model. It was a really ambitious decision to change business model. In your lecture, you mentioned timing is everything. Do you think that decision that you made was the right timing?
Thank you. So I think, in a sense, some decisions are made easier because you have very little choice. So when I became CEO in 2006, our platform wasn't really necessarily burning, but it was getting pretty hot. We were facing significant declines in key revenue streams, and we had to move quite quickly to improve the foundations of the business. And it seemed pretty obvious to me that we needed to increase our prices. We hadn't increased our prices for a long time. The FT at the time was £1, and it hadn't increased for 5 years. And we also needed to come up with an effective digital strategy. So I'd like to argue that when I took over, I had a long-term, carefully thought-through plan, but actually sometimes you just have to react quite quickly to some fairly obvious challenges. So I put the price up quite aggressively, quite quickly, which, by the way, received most resistance from inside the FT, not outside the FT. Went down fine, actually, pretty much with readers. And then we also thought, fundamental point about whatever we do in whatever format is that you have to value the quality of your journalism in whatever format. And it seemed odd to us that journalism should be free online when we were charging in print, which was really the beginning of our subscription strategy. And as I mentioned in my comments, that one was controversial outside, particularly with tech players who had this sort of doctrinal belief that information on the internet should be free.
So at the time, I've heard that many people were skeptical about the decision. So why do you think they were skeptical?
I think that there was just a sense that there hadn't really been many, if any, successful attempts to charge for material online, and in a sense we were pioneers in that area. But I've always been a believer that if you are differentiated, if you're essential, if you're a must-have product of any kind, including information, then it's perfectly reasonable to expect payment for that. And I remember when we charged online, and indeed when we put the prices up in print, we obviously did receive some complaints and some challenges from readers and from consumers. And I replied actually to all of them individually and explained that the process of generating quality journalism, particularly for international news organization, was expensive and complicated. We have reporters all over the world and editors trained. And actually all we were asking for in terms of payment was, I think at the time, and certainly still probably, less than a cappuccino from Starbucks. So, if you compare the importance and complexity of what goes on to generating a newspaper or a website, I think people kind of understood better the value proposition, and ultimately there wasn't much resistance to paying what we were proposing.
So the fact that journalism cannot be provided free, I think it does not guarantee the success of the Financial Times, but were you assured that you would succeed with your decision?
Well, things were moving so fast and there was so much disruption. One is never entirely confident when one launches new innovations. Probably the biggest, or one of the biggest things we also did in terms of long-term success, and this is not so widely known because it sounds a bit technical, but at the time, most of our journalism sales to companies and institutions was done through aggregators, through Factiva and LexisNexis and others, and we received a very small amount of value for our journalism. But at the same time, we were generating a reasonable amount of revenue and profit from those channels. So somebody on our team approached me with a very bold proposal, which was to end those relationships with those aggregators and set up our own direct connections with companies and institutions. We went through a couple of years of what can only be described as hell, because everybody was upset. The companies were upset because they had to pay more. The aggregators were very upset because we were walking away from them. But I think over time that has proved to be one of the most important innovations that we made, because it gave us pricing power, but most important, it gave us that direct relationship with key customers. And I can't emphasize enough for any news organization, for any publication, having that direct relationship with your readers is an absolute necessary condition for survival and success. As soon as you lose that contact, you lose the understanding, you lose the data, you lose the insight, you're sort of vulnerable. So when we first started charging for the FT online, I can be honest, it was primarily driven by the need to secure incremental revenue, because other of our revenue lines weren't exactly doing as well as they should have done. What we didn't realize at the time was how much value, and the real value of this innovation, was the data, the understanding of our audiences, what they were interested in, what they read, how often they read it. And this led to a sort of revolutionary kind of approach to our business and business model at the FT, which is what we call the art and science of engagement. We score every single one of our readers on an engagement score, which is based on recency, frequency, and volume. How often do they come, when they come, how much do they read, how much time do they spend. And pretty much everything we do is designed to increase that engagement, to instill that connection and to deepen that connection with our readers. And it's a bit, in some ways, a bit of a sort of modern, contemporary version of what used just to be the newspaper habit. I remember when I was a sort of trainee reporter and I'd come into work on the train from South London, I'd look around the carriage and everybody would have their paper, maybe two papers, but you know, there was the Guardian guy, there was the Times guy, and there was the woman who read the Telegraph, and you kind of knew everyone had their own newspaper, sometimes two. For reasons I never understood, a popular combination was the FT and the Sun, whatever. But they all had their own media habits, and of course with digital media that all got exploded, and people on their screen can have as many different formats and publications, titles, games, apps as they want. So the challenge and the need to recreate in the digital world that habit and that engagement and connection with a brand or a title is essential. And the way we think about that is through this art and science of engagement.
In the FT's history, so you made very remarkable decisions. John, reading yourself used to be a reporter, and before this discussion, I read your interviews. So I remember one quote from the interviews. I'm not sure whether you remember or not, but I read out loud those quotes in interview in English. But in my opinions, if you're working in a business, not just yourself, sometimes you make a decision that can impact on overall organizations, including the employees. So which one is easier between the journalist and businessman?
Well, firstly, I'm very impressed with your research. You're obviously a very talented journalist yourself. And that's a very big and thoughtful question. So I'll take it in two parts. You're absolutely right. I did find, obviously, the FT has a fixation with getting it completely right. And, you know, as I said in that quotation, part of news is just reporting the news, and sometimes that will ruin somebody's day or career. That's a pretty big thing. So you combine the need for FT-level accuracy with the potential impact of what you write, and it can lead to some pretty sleepless nights. And maybe I just was a little bit too soft, but I've sometimes struggled with that. I used to love writing. My favorite pieces were always interviews or color pieces or travel pieces. My favorite piece was Lunch with the FT, which is where you interview someone at length over lunch, which I also like. But you genuinely weren't going to end somebody's career over lunch. So that hard news thing was definitely something of a challenge. Plus, I think I did find myself getting more and more interested in the strategy of news and a realization that this was becoming a much more dynamic and complicated part of news media. Disruption was beginning to happen, and the old playbook, which had been pretty static for a very long time, you sell newspapers, people advertise in them, that was all breaking down and required some fresh thinking, which intellectually appealed to me. But to the second part of your question, yeah, absolutely. Managing an organization through a time of disruption does lead to some really difficult decisions that has and does impact people in the team. So it's not like you leave the world of reporting where you can have a negative impact to the world of management where everything's easy. No, it's just different kinds of challenge and impact. I do think the FT has a culture and a track record of being very thoughtful about its staff. You know, our single most important asset is our people. The culture at the FT has become very united, very cohesive over the 135 years we've been around. And when one reorganizes and restructures, one does so very carefully and very thoughtfully. That said, I think everybody at FT thinks the most important thing is the sustained success and mission of the FT, and there's an awareness that that requires sometimes quite difficult change.
So you mentioned about my research, so I'll mention about another research. So I looked into your 3 years P&L. So what I found is compared to the consumer revenue, the revenues from the advertisement is also thriving, especially as of 2023. I saw the record high in 12 years. It is also the case for the print paper as well. And then, so what I'm interested here though is not just a number, but the other buckets, which is FT Professional, FT Specialist, FT Strategies, FT Studio, combining revenues are hovering above the combination of the consumer revenues and the advertisements revenue, which is around 239 million pounds. So who is driving these businesses? Are you hiring the new people?
Yes. So again, good research. So I would say that we have developed a number of growth engines. Fundamentally, though, they all depend on having a dynamic quality core of quality journalism. And I think if you get that right, then the ability to extend the brand into other areas becomes a much more realistic opportunity. I think quite often when there's talk about how to succeed in news media and sustainable business models, there's obviously a lot of attention now on reader revenues and subscriptions, and clearly that's the main chapter of our playbook. But I don't agree with the distinction that's often made between is it a subscription model or is it an advertising model, because our experience is that if you have a strong reader revenue model, that actually supports the advertising business, both in terms of brand power, but also through what I talked about earlier, the data. If you have quality data about your audience and demographics, you can run a much more effective advertising campaign. If somebody wants to, an airline, for example, wants to advertise, we can tell them where our subscribers travel to and from. We have that data. We can therefore deliver a much more efficient campaign where we can measure much more reliable the impact of that campaign and the returns on market investment that the client is spending. Likewise, the ability to convene in sort of conferences and events around quality journalism, the brand of the FT enables us to bring in high-level speakers and delegates and high-level audiences, so that gives us the ability to charge for attendance, but also for sponsors. I'm joined here today with Angela Mackay, who runs our global events business, which has been growing very strongly. And one of the other areas you mentioned, so just to be clear, that the core is reader revenues, which now account for more than all of the other revenue streams combined. But those other revenue streams are growing quite healthily. And just to take one example, FT Strategies, which is our consulting division, which is where we basically provide our expertise and our experience of digital transformation to other publishers, but to other businesses that are seeking to develop relationships of digital connection and engagement, which could be in media, they could be in the arts, they could be in sport. These are generally applicable techniques and experiences. But it's also an example of, so it's successful in its own right, but I think it's also a good example of rethinking one's own assets. I think for news media, there's so much focus on the here and now, the daily, the story, minute by minute, hour by hour, and all of the crises we've been talking about. Sometimes it's hard to step back and think about new business opportunities in a different way. And when we did that, we thought, hold on a minute, we've spent a decade learning about digital transformation. We've lived it. We've got a playbook. This is an asset. Surely there's value in what we've been doing beyond the FT. And sure enough, we've had something like 800 publishers already involved in our programs, and we're broadening that division to reach into other sectors beyond publishing.
Just like the cases of Financial Times tells us, there is definitely a strategy. Now, newspapers like New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Economist, those are the successful newspaper companies. But that does not mean that all newspaper companies will thrive in the future. If you look at the reality, it's the opposite. If you look at the United Kingdom, hundreds of local newspaper companies are closing their business, and just the same for the US. The newspaper companies that were deemed to be successful a few years ago, such as Boston Globe, LA Times, Chicago Tribune, are also seeing gloomy picture. Now, the successful strategy of Financial Times cannot be copied by other companies. What are the reasons why it cannot be copied by other newspaper companies? Or is it because those newspapers who closed down their business chose different strategy models?
So I think actually that key principles, I think there's no silver bullet and there's no single plan that works for everyone. But I do think there are certain elements and principles which can apply to everyone, and I think executed effectively mean that there's an opportunity for all titles to have a sustainable future. People often say, well, it's kind of easy for the FT because you have a business audience and they're willing to pay. And it certainly helps. I'm not denying that having an affluent audience is helpful. But I think actually the core principles apply generally. And I'd say the core principles that are necessary are differentiation. Whatever you do has to be different from other people, and definitely different from somebody who's doing it for free. People, consumers are pretty rational. If they can get the same thing or something similar without paying, that's what they'll do. You have to differentiate, but also have confidence in the relevance and the quality and the utility of what you do. You're completely right. Regional news, local news in the UK has been extremely badly impacted, and it's extremely sad. It's a very important part of the news ecosystem for training journalists, for recruiting journalists. But I don't think as a category, local media needs to be counted out. I'm on the board of Bonnier News in Sweden. They have an incredibly successful Scandinavian local newspaper strategy, and it's based on the same principles: reader revenue, local relevance, differentiation. I think the problem was that early on in disruption, a number of news titles thought, our revenues are under challenge, what are we going to do? We're going to cut costs aggressively, and we're going to cut effectively the quality and the capability of the newsroom. And once you start that, you're kind of in a death spiral. So I think fundamentally you have to continue the commitment to what it is that you do in a differentiated way. And you also have to innovate around the formats and the channels. I think that it's pretty clear that readers increasingly want to consume news and information on different platforms. They like video, they like podcasts. So you have to create formats for the platforms in the channels where readers are going to be. But I think and you have to price accordingly and relevantly. But I do think precisely because there is so much misinformation and disinformation and lack of trust, the opportunity for brands across the media spectrum, national, local, international, to connect with audiences around the basis of a personality, a particular type of content, with reliable information, is profound.
So for the precondition of survival, you mentioned about the quality control of the news, but I think the most important thing here is it's really difficult to define what is high-quality newspaper. We cannot simply say which news is high quality, which news is low quality. So recently, the Boston club has been suffering, and many people say that it was due to the low quality, but I don't think it's not just simple as that. So we cannot just say that my content is high quality. That does not mean that your readers will acknowledge those concepts. So when it comes to premium content with inherent value, what could be the accurate definition? In what ways could we be evaluated as high quality content?
So I think at the foundations of all of this through time, it is, factual correctness. I'm a believer in the sort of post-act era. Facts are facts. And I think the first duty of... So quality, I agree with you, is a sort of abstract concept. Facts aren't. Facts can be found out, facts can be checked, and should be. And I think that's a fundamental requirement of any news organization which aims to have trust and sustainability. I would say the second dimension to that is relevance. They have to be facts that matter in some way to a reader. So I don't think this needs to be looked at through the lens of some premium quality sort of elite dimension. I think this is just basic good journalism, facts that are relevant to something that interests people. And that applies just as much in local journalism, where I think there's a real need. People want to know what's going on in their community, as it does to the international journalism that the FT and some others do.
So before moving on to the AI topic with you, I would like to share the status of the Korean situation. So please, this is a slide that I prepare. So it's also the case in Korea. We're also struggling. So with the numbers, it looks like it's okay, based on the numbers only. For the last 10 years, the number of the news agency increased rather than decreasing. And as you can see here, advertising revenues and overall revenue has not been that much plunged. So for the last 10 years, internet online news agencies have been doubled. But if you look into the breakdown, the revenue, still we have the 64%, and the digital revenue is coming from only 5%. And especially as you mentioned, digital content reader revenue model itself is almost none here. So only one news agency is taking that model, except for that agencies, none of the agencies taking that model. So can you move on to the, next slide, yes. So I think it is because of the domestic portal, which is called the Naver. This is very characteristics of Korean market. So 1 out of 2 people consumes news from Naver, and they're all free. So the Naver is paying for the contents provided by the news agencies. It is not comfortable situation for us, because they're not sharing the third part. They're paying actually for the contents, but they're not sharing the source of the contents. They're not providing the first-party contents. So as you mentioned, we have to build our own business model. So if we think about our situation from this perspective, it is not a rosy pictures. But if we decide to get away from these dominant portals, that is the immediate drops that we're gonna see in the viewers, because more than half of the people are consuming the news from Naver, and then the payments is not enough provided by the Naver, but still it is not that small to give up. So we are in very tricky situation. It is not easy decisions to make. So I would like to ask the question to you. If you were not an FT, the CEO of one of the Korean agency, how do you solve this problem? For your information, I already asked the same questions to the AI and then expecting that what John reading will say to the question. So AI gave me the answer within 10 seconds. Next page. No, hide it. This is the answer. Go back to the previous. I believe that he's taking a lot of times to sometimes to create the answer that shows that how much the difficulties that the Korean agencies are struggling as of now.
Sorry, I thought we were going to get the AI answer first, which suits me just fine. Do you want me to answer first or see the AI answer first?
You first, please.
I thought the whole point of AI was it got to do my work for me. Anyhow, sorry, I was waiting for AI. So, well, thank you for this, by the way. It's jet lag, solving Korea's news media challenges is a big one. But I think fundamentally, this is a large example of what I was talking to about the very difficult decision that we took a long time ago when we broke from aggregators and set up our direct relationship with companies and readers in companies. I have to say, at the time, it was probably an easy decision for us because we didn't really have much choice. From the analysis that you projected, your platform isn't on fire yet. So it's always harder to make a bold step when things are kind of okay. That said, I don't think they're going to stay okay because 64% of revenues from print advertising, sorry, I don't think that's going to stay. Well, it may stay at 64%, but that's only if the actual amount shrinks significantly. More likely, both will fall. So I think you need to, the solution, I think, is, I don't know what the scale of revenues is from Naver in terms of what they pay for content, but there probably needs to be a system where there is a viable system. You know, if that's going to stay the status quo, then there needs to be sufficiently significant revenues for content, because I think that operates in everybody's interests. Because if the news organizations that use Naver as a distributor or a channel are going to continue to create quality news, they need investment. So it's you have to always look at these things from the customer perspective. If the customer is going to this site because they want reliable news, then the reliable news takes investment, which takes a sufficient amount of revenues from the. So everyone's in this together. So I suppose that calls for kind of the right terms in terms of the fees that are received for the content. The second point I would make, which is probably even more fundamental, I don't understand the details, so don't quote me on this, and but I don't understand why you can't get the first-party data. I've never seen a good argument for why platforms cannot provide quality data back to the publishers. And we've seen that ourselves. We've seen all sorts of variations on the theme of why you can't get the data, and there's been constructs around privacy, there's been constructs, there's all sorts of arguments, but none, frankly, have been compelling, because I think the bigger risk of this model is not so much the revenue, although that's clearly a reality. As I said in my comments, if you don't have the direct connection with readers, you're always vulnerable.
If so, let's read the AI's answer. So reducing the reliance on the neighbor and then building a stronger and direct relationship with the readers. So are you satisfied with the answer?
I have to say, candidly, that's probably better. I can see a bright future for AI John. So I might hire him. Thank you. No, that's. I think the bit actually, which I didn't mention, which on reflection I would, is that experimenting with exclusive subscriber-only content. I think that's a good way of understanding and developing new revenue streams.
But in case of Korea, this revenue structure based on first party is not being on the way thoroughly. So the crisis driven by AI is quite uncertain and intangible for now. But what about Financial Times? For the first time in the UK, you build partnership with AI. Do you think these changes are now on the reality? Do you think these AI impacts are leaving negative impacts to the Financial Times revenues? Are there any evidences on that?
So it's early days, and I think OpenAI is really just in the process of rolling out its news product. And we're very open-eyed and clear-eyed about the potential risks. Our philosophy over recent years, recent decades, our approach has been very much to try and understand technological change, try and benefit from it. There's no point trying to ignore it or turn your back on it. But we are being very thoughtful and cautious about how we are experimenting with AI. We have very strict terms and conditions about our engagement with OpenAI in terms of the amount of FT text they can use in responses. We insist on links back to the original content so that readers can go back, for the veracity, the accuracy of what we've reported, but also because we see that's a way of broadening our reach. I think one of the opportunities here with AI is to bring new readers and new potential readers into our business model. So we're being very careful there. At the same time, we do see quite significant and quite exciting areas of experimentation for the benefit of customers, for the benefit of readers, and for the benefit of our own organization, whether it's through efficiency measures, whether it's through developing new tools and services. So the way I would describe this broadly is we're in experimentation phase. While we're in that phase, we're being extremely careful and measuring and checking any impact negative on the organization, with the knowledge that if it's not working in the way we want to, we just stop it.
So, among your answers, you mentioned about checking the source of the news agency and also assessing the use of traffic and giving license, which was really interesting. And you mentioned that this is an experimental phase. And is it, well, it's just an experimental phase? I think this should be technologically tangible. It needs to be specifically laid out. Do you think this AI technology could be unfolded into full contents?
Sorry, I didn't understand. Unfold into full content, meaning?
So I mean by the articles of the news agency and the newspapers.
Well, I think our position on that is very clear, that we will not have AI create articles for the FT. I think our editor put this very clearly, very directly. People come to the FT for human-crafted, trusted journalism. AI makes mistakes, it hallucinates, and it can't obviously have the brand power or trust and integrity of the FT. So we will use AI to develop tools and services, but we will not use AI to write articles.
Ask you about the opposites. So actually people are busy and we are now witnessing overflow of information. So from the consumer's perspective, I think if it's a pinpoint content, then they would be really happy. So I think this could be a concern. So I don't think this would occur within one generation, but as we go down the generation, there would be a monopoly of information delivery. So this could be realistic. But some would say that I will not use AI, but I would go directly to the news agency. That would be better. There will be some consumers, obviously. Would that be possible in the near future?
Yes, and I think it's already possible now. I completely agree with the idea of this flood of information. And most of it, of course, is increasingly unreliable because more and more material on the web is generated by AI. I think there was a study that the European Commission did that within the next 5 or so years, the majority of content on the web will be artificially generated. And I think in that sea of stuff, people will think, well, hold on, where do I go for trusted information? And I think brands that have built a reputation and trust and integrity over the years will be those brands. And frankly, we're seeing it. We've seen a huge surge in traffic and subscribers and engagement in recent years. And I think that's partly a reflection of the fact that in a world riven by real crises, real conflicts, real issues, people actually do put a premium and a value on reliable, trusted information. During the US election last week, we saw incredible records in terms of traffic coming to the FT. And I think that that's partly a reflection of obviously the importance of the event, but the fact that in this sea of unreliable information at a very important time, you're going to go to a trusted brand.
Lastly, this could be a pessimistic question. When it comes to the newspapers in the US, we see one prediction or one symptoms, that is, so the middlemen of the newspaper industry are all disappearing and it will become the winner takes it all as for the US newspaper industry. Especially the New York Times and Wall Street Journal are getting bigger. It was deemed as duopoly, but I think these are just two monopolies in the US newspaper industry. Do you think these trends will last and continue in the future? So the highest brand power, the New York Times and Wall Street Journal, except those high brand power newspaper companies, do you think other small newspaper companies will have to close down their business? Do you agree with that?
Not necessarily. I think that one should think about the news ecosystem in a slightly different way. That I think, obviously, we think about major brands that everybody knows, and it's true, actually, that lots of second-size brands have been struggling. But I think at the same time, there's been a very dynamic phase of development in specialist niche publications, whether it's focused on a particular industry or a particular sector of society or a particular service. And I think they're doing really well. So I think there's a really dynamic news ecosystem in some areas, and you've got new digital startups, some work, some don't. So I don't think one should define news just in terms of the major titles that have been around for a long time, and what happens to them dictates what news is in the news ecosystem. I think there are individuals, there are smaller digital publications that perform a different role in the news media ecosystem, and many of those are doing pretty well.
So please, can you upload the slide of the North Stars PowerPoint slide? Yes. I think this is the best slide for today's presentation. Is the star of the North Stars. Now, when it shows us the directions for us to take which direction as we move forward, it seems that it is a distant future at the same time, because we are now suffering with the wave of change, but of course, there are another big waves coming. So not only in Donga Daily, but I think if we just stay idle by, we will fail in terms of survival. Right strategy and right leadership are a must, and if we have those two essence, then we'll be able to have happy ending. Now, before I turn on to the microphone to the audience, once again, please give a big round of applause to Mr. John Reading. Thank you.
Still, we have two on the stage. So I would like to ask the question on behalf of the floors. So first, the question is to John Reading, CEO. Financial Times is the first UK organization signed the deals with the OpenAI. So through this cooperation, what kind of the competitive edge will bring to the FT in compared to the other competitors?
Thank you. So I think fundamentally it'll just give us insight into how readers engage with AI platforms to find out what's going on in the news. We'll find out the kind of demographics that are connecting, the kind of stories they're interested in, to what extent they click through to FT articles, which is fundamental, because if we are to see a sort of positive dimension to the rise of AI as a query answering or search system, then we need to understand to what extent readers go beyond the summary to the source, and also to what extent that represents, and this is the fundamental question, whether it represents growth potential for news media or substitution and disintermediation risk. So it's really understanding the practicalities and, frankly, the numbers and the metrics and the data in terms of whether this is something that is going to be potentially beneficial or something that's going to be potentially problematic. So, you know, we're in the information industry, and that applies to us as well. The more information you have about what's going on in your industry, the more equipped you're going to be to deal with it competitively. And being early in gives us early insight into all of that data.
And the next question is, soon AI reporters will work in our industries. So the articles created by the AI reporter will be screened by the AI machine again. Let's say if it is a reality, what will be the lines between the fact and then fake one? And then the fake news, especially the articles created by the AI. So how to respond to this misinformation and disinformation in that environment?
Well, I think the more that AI deals with AI in creating content, the worse it's going to be. and if you take human journalists out of the loop, it's just going to deteriorate. And I think there's a growing number of studies. I mentioned the study from the Oxford Computer Science Center. There's been another study in the US that was published in Nature, I think. They all show the same thing. It's not entirely surprising that if you train AI on AI, the hallucinations and the errors replicate and multiply. So I would hope that the AI platforms who are seeking to provide a better service, by which I mean more reliable and accurate, which after all should be in their self-interest, because ultimately that should be what readers and consumers want, will realize that it's time to stop ignoring the quality and the value of what human journalists do and start paying for it in ways that is appropriate.
Okay, and the next question. We received some of the questions through the smart QR codes, so we selected two. For the Financial Times, in the process of the creation of the articles, AI, if there's any parts automated through the AI, so what about the workforce who used to work for the parts? Was there any restructuring because of that?
No, actually, we see quite the opposite, actually. On the editorial side, we think the opportunity to add resource or redeploy resource to work on what is potentially a really exciting new zone of journalism. Again, not creating content, not creating stories with AI, but using AI as a research tool also requires people who know how to work with some of the really quite powerful dimensions of research that AI can bring to bear, whether it's visual recognition, facial recognition, tracking patterns in data. So on the one hand, we do see significant opportunity to use AI as a research tool, but obviously that also requires expertise to manage that, to ask it the right questions, and crucially, to interpret the answers that come up and to validate and verify those. So that isn't really a resource reduction initiative at all.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answering. So one last question. For FT case, so in the process of creating the news, unlike the other news agency, AI, you chose the strategy to cooperate with the AI company. So do you have any plans to cooperate with any other tech companies in the future?
So let's be clear. You've mentioned several times the OpenAI case because that's one that's public. We've also taken the opportunity not to cooperate with a bunch of AI companies because the terms on which they wanted to cooperate have simply not been good enough. We have some pretty clear principles, and we have some pretty clear positions on the value of FT journalism. And if they're not satisfied, then it doesn't happen. So we're quite clear about what we expect before we get into these agreements. And obviously there's a whole world of cooperation with tech that is beyond AI. But again, the same principles apply. If we see an opportunity to reinforce or accelerate the FT strategy through leveraging tech capabilities, then we will try and do so, whether it's data visualization. We've just done a fantastic innovation working with Apple, which uses technology relating to Vision Pro to bring to life this virtual reality articulation of a famous old economic modeling machine designed by Professor Phillips, which, without getting too technical or boring, charted using the flow of water through an incredibly intricate mechanical contraption, how the entire economic system would adapt if you adjusted interest rates or tax. It was an incredibly sophisticated machine back in the 40s, I guess. We've created a digital virtual version with Apple, which I think as a sort of example of how to use technology for the benefits of education, for the benefits of economic policy, is brilliant. So there are lots of different ways of working with tech companies. Some are exciting and positive, some aren't, and we don't do the ones that aren't.
So I'm expecting the future of the Financial Times as a pioneers in terms of the cooperations with the other tech companies. So due to the time constraints, I cannot cover all the questions. So thank you, John Reading and the moderator. Please give them a big round of applause once again.
Now this comes to the end of this special session in the morning. For the afternoon session, we're going to begin at 2 p.m. So for the participants, please enjoy your luncheon and please return to this hall and please be with us during the afternoon session. For your interpretation receiver, please place them on your seats. Now we will once again start at 2 p.m. Thank you.
So let us begin. So 2024 KPF Journalism Conference. Did you enjoy your lunch? So I think some of you remained here from morning sessions, and then some of you are new here. So this session's keyword is the risk of AI and response. So at a time when we are witnessing the fast growing of the development of AI, we also encounter challenges and the risk. And then you are one of them who are experiencing firsthand, especially during this sessions. In the journalism, we will talk about the AI deepfake technologies that will have the negative impact on the journalism industries as well as the readers in terms of the misinformation. So we invited all the experts from the industries to share their insights on this matter. First one is, let me introduce the first speakers. Renowned Journalism Research Institute in the United States, Lehman Foundation and Harvard University. She's from that foundation. So this is a very famous research institutions, which is the researching, leading the research, and she is the curator of that foundation at the Harvard University. So she will also share the insights on this matter. So Anne-Marie Lipinski, who will provide the journalism in the age of the AI, a toddler with the chainsaw. Please give her a big round of applause.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. This is my third time in your beautiful city. Thank you so much for having me back. Last year, I invited a Harvard Business School professor to talk to some journalists about the generative AI revolution. He began by doing a poll. He looked at a room much like this and he said, "Stand up if you think ChatGPT will impact journalism, will change journalism." He then said, and when he said that, virtually everybody stood up. And then he said, "Who in the group uses generative AI every day?" And most of the journalists took their seats. Okay, it's working now. There is a gap, he observed, between the knowing and the doing. I think of this quote often because it describes a timidity about the future that has crippled journalism before. In the 1930s, newspaper publishers in the United States were so threatened by the emergence of radio that rather than embrace the possibilities to expand their audience, they lobbied Congress to prevent the new medium from reading news on their airwaves. It didn't stop the inevitable march of radio, but it did slow the inevitable marriage between text and audio, which was not helpful to either. More recently, journalism in every medium was slow to harness the transformative power of the internet, a misjudgment that hobbled our industry for years and would cost some news organizations their very existence. There was a gap between the knowing and the doing. But let me share a different orientation toward generative AI that I heard at the first gathering I attended on the subject. It came from an experimental physicist who expressed a sort of anxious awe that I thought was just right for this moment. He said, "This is the most exciting intellectual project I've encountered in my life, but right now, it's a little like handing a chainsaw to a toddler." I love this metaphor, which manages to suggest the thrill of unknown possibility, but also the very juvenile nature of our current capacity to use this tool. I spent some time playing with AI image generators, asking for babies with chainsaws, quite possibly the first time anyone has ever typed those words. And despite the fact that this poor child has 11 toes, it's not a bad visual of journalism's relationship with this emerging technology. An image that looks like a baby is playing air guitar with a tool that could fell a tree. It's a little naive and also a little bit menacing, a dangerous tool in the hands of a child. Many of the journalists I know, and perhaps you too, are walking a tightrope between the eye-popping possibilities of the technology and worry about the evidence of its abuse. I think we should talk about both. For anyone on social media in this country or mine, the menace of deep fakes is apparent. They have improved and proliferated to the point where we now have detection tools and fact checkers entirely focused on identifying deep fakes. One concern among conference organizers coming into this week was whether the US presidential election would be undermined by deep fakes. To be sure, deep fakes occupy an expanding narrative lane in campaign coverage. As the technology grows more sophisticated, the dangers increase, due in some measure to audio, which can now clone a candidate's voice with frightening fidelity. Here's a screenshot from a widely circulated deepfake video of Vice President Kamala Harris. A voice that eerily mimics Harris's says that President Joe Biden is senile, describes herself as an incompetent diversity hire, says she works to sound black, and that her knowledge of international politics is truly shocking. Ex-owner Elon Musk, in seeming violation of his own platform's policies against manipulated media, posted the video without any label or fact check and attracted 137 million views, strengthening his status as a misinformation super spreader. Another 500,000 saw this fake video on the conservative creator's YouTube page. Deepfakes are also used to burnish a candidate's image. A BBC investigation identified a collection of deepfakes specifically intended to appeal to black voters for Donald Trump. In 2016, and again this election, there was evidence of foreign influence campaigns, but these AI-generated images appear to have been made and shared by US residents, according to the BBC. Here we have a partial collection of their work. A portrait inside a jailhouse of Trump with civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King, who was assassinated in 1968. 6 black men with Trump, a fake photo to accompany a fake story about Trump stopping his motorcade to pose for a group picture, and a pious president-elect in a church pew, an image Trump himself posted on his social media account, perhaps without noticing that he had acquired an extra finger. One of the peddlers of these fake news creations defended the work as storytelling. "I'm not out there taking pictures of what's really happening," he said, in what he hoped was a defense. The great fear about the explosion of political deepfakes was that they could alter the outcome of our elections, but there's actually no evidence that that happened. Just last week, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue shared its research on this with the Washington Post, which reported that deepfakes had little effect on how people voted. But equally worrying was the impact they did document, an erosion in voters' very faith in reality, already a severe challenge to journalists. Did AI change the election? An expert in digital propaganda asked. No, but as a society now, we're living in an alternate reality. We're disagreeing on if 2 + 2 is 4. This, for me, is where the real dangers for journalism lie. As we work to improve our ability to detect media manipulation, we may be outrun by public denial. One of the most revealing deepfake episodes of the election season did not feature Harris or Trump or President Biden, but a child and her puppy. They're in a boat trying to escape Hurricane Helene, a violent storm that killed more than 230 people and caused extreme flooding in the southeastern United States. Trump supporters claim the Biden-Harris administration neglected aid to the hurricane-ravaged communities. And when the real evidence did not support these charges, they manufactured some propaganda to do the job. These images moved rapidly across social media, manipulating audiences for political or fundraising ends and exploiting an already very emotional story. Multiple news organizations documented the fake nature of the images, but the damage had been done and a new narrative took hold. It didn't matter if they were fake, the defenders said. They carried a larger truth. The Twitter X community posted corrections to the images. It is not a photo, it is 100% fake AI-generated image, they wrote, causing some users to remove the deepfakes from their accounts, but others kept it up, defiantly so. Here is a Georgia Republican's defense for continuing to circulate the deepfake. "I don't know where this photo came from, and honestly, it doesn't matter," she said. "It is seared into my mind forever. There are people going through much worse than what is shown in this pic, so I'm leaving it up on her account, because it is emblematic of the trauma and pain that people are living through right now." One of my colleagues told me a relative sent him the mournful images, and when my colleague, a journalist, wrote back that the image was fake, the relative replied, "I don't care, there is an emotional truth." This is a great paradox. As AI improves to make deepfakes more believable, so do the tools to help journalists detect the lies. But as the lies are exposed, some people knowingly reject the facts. This may be our biggest challenge in the age of AI, one that increases the already wide trust chasm that exists between journalists and the public. The solution cannot be to abandon fact-checking, but fact-checking is not enough, just as using AI for translation, transcription, and image recognition is not enough. We need full engagement from journalists in understanding tools that are already being used by bad actors, as well as by a new generation of information consumers who will expect us to be as fluent as they are in AI. And if your newsroom does not already have written standards for ethical, transparent, and human-centered application of AI, make that job one. We want to be on the front lines of new technology, Wired magazine wrote, but also to be ethical and appropriately circumspect. It is important to call out the fault lines as newsrooms and the broader public grapple with these new technologies, but it is also vital that we celebrate success. We are seeing high-quality journalism that was made possible by generative AI, stories that until recently were beyond the detection of the unaided human eye. Here's a New York Times story about a group, the newspaper said, that spread specious theories about election fraud while seeking to interfere with the presidential election. The Times based its story on an examination of more than 400 hours of recorded meetings among right-wing groups. Using large language models to hunt for information across nearly 5 million transcribed words, the paper was able to take readers into conversations that were otherwise too voluminous for anything but the most anecdotal story. When they received these recordings, 400 hours worth, there weren't even 400 hours left until the election. They would not have been able to do this story not that long ago. In a partnership between the newsroom and an engineering team, the Washington Post has built a new tool called Haystacker that empowers journalists to search for patterns in large data sets of text, photography, and video. In the paper's first use of the tool, reporters examined more than 700 political campaign ads about immigration and found that 20% were using visuals that are outdated or layered under voiceovers that don't accurately describe what we're seeing. And in the Philippines, journalist and Nieman Fellow J. Mark Tortosillo designed a custom GPT to sift through the government's Commission on Audit in search of potential graft in government agencies. His custom GPT, which he named COA Beat Assistant, took about 16 hours for him to design, a relatively small investment on what will become mounds and mounds of investigative stories. An investigative reporter test drove Beat Assistant for JMark and estimated that it reduced her search time in an individual report by as much as 80%. That's that many more stories that this reporter can write. JMark predicts an expansion of such tools applied to everything from environmental reports to court decisions. The introduction of custom GPTs is a potential game changer for newsrooms, he wrote. Each of these examples is reliant on expanding the possibilities of AI, yes, but just as importantly, each is reliant on human decision-making at its core. To illustrate his story about designing custom GPTs, JMark asked Midjourney to generate an image from the following prompt: a Filipino journalist and a friendly robot working side by side in a newsroom. Here's what they came up with: much better than a toddler with a chainsaw. Kamsahamnida. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed Marion. So you finished the presentations within the limited time, so I think we have enough time to be given to the other speakers following. So let me introduce the second speakers. This year, the early half, the real looking but fake deepfake, shaking the election. This is the name of the program broadcast by this reporter. So recently, she focused on how to use the deepfake technology in a negative way for the U.S. elections, which was at the center of the attention this year. So let me introduce the speaker named Park Sujin in Integrative Reporting Department from SBS. Please give her a big round of applause. Hello, everyone. I'm from SBS, Park Sujin. I'm a reporter. Honestly, I'm not sure. Still, I'm questioning myself whether I'm qualified to be here or not. But based on my experiences for the investigation, I will make my best efforts to give you the meaningful experience. And then I found myself here, standing here. This is very meaningful. And then 7 years back, I actually got married here in the same place. So it is all the more making it meaningful for me. So every year, so when we have this conference, I'm always curious. So I follow up every year what kind of the themes and the topics to be covered by this conference. So this year, it's all the more honor for me to be here on site. So this year, I created the 30 minutes broadcasting program, which is named that the why AI threatened the democracy in the election in 2024. So at the time, it was in the middle of the campaign for the presidential election. So KPF gave us the great opportunity for us to investigate the reality. So today, I'm going to share my experience with you, which is not a solution to solve all the challenges encountering us, or rather, I will focus on my first-hand experiences that I can share with you, and then take away and insights or lessons that I took. So I hope that it will be also meaningful for you. In March, I visited the United States. At the time, the Biden and then Trump were at the center, but the later Harrison was the competitors to the Trump. So there is a department in our broadcasting agency is focusing on the AI technology. So recently, our members from that department are visiting the multiple countries, including India and other countries as well. So I reflected those experiences in this presentation as well. So, and then you can see the left side, the picture. This is one of the scenes that I got footage from the footage that I liked, the documentary, which is the title, The Wonderful New World. So this is a map show the plans of my investigations into the U.S., but there was a lot of changes. So the actual route was a zigzag. So I met the actual people on the street. Sorry, I missed. So I met the actual people on the street, and then we asked the questions to them. And then we also met the people who actually use and spend their own money out of the pockets to use the technology in a positive way. So actually, in the process of the investigation, I was questioned by the certain people that why are you investigating in this matter. So I believe that in 2024, this year is a very special year because we have more than 180 elections to be held around the world. So that was the times when we saw the multiple articles released on the presidential elections. And then also, according to this reports that I just got, the abstracts of this footage also show that there's this year is very special because we had a lot of presidential elections to be conducted this year. So I was wondering whether the experts' expectations about the potential concerns in the future is actually happening in the reality or not. Because in Korea, it seems very far futures, but maybe it might be different in the United States where the campaign for the presidential election is ongoing. That was my perception. So 1 or 2 months before we visited the United States, there was an incident where the robocalls using the Biden's voice was made to the people to stop them from the voting and attending that presidential election. So I thought it was timely for us to visit the United States because it is right after that incident happened. That's why we designed this project. So we had 3 questions at the time. Did they really know? Even in Korea, newspaper or the broadcasting stations cover a lot deepfake contents related to the rivalry between President Biden and the Trump. So I wanted to ask whether they do really know about the situation or not. And then the second question was, are they being influenced? And then how are they coping with it? So that's why I created the presentation also based on these 3 questions. I've been working as a reporter for the last 15 years. So I'm comfortable and familiar with reporting what I experienced and what I saw. So I used some short clip to provide this presentation. So these are the pictures that we used at that time. Left side, I think it is very famous picture, deepfake. So he was about to be captured by police. And then there's another picture, which is not included in this presentation, that he's in a prison suit, in the orange suits. And the right side is it's pictures spreading through the TikTok. So I brought these famous pictures to ask those questions that I showed before to the people on the streets. And then, of course, these are the deepfake. So let me show you the video. So you can actually hear the answer to the question.
Oh, yeah.
Where did you see?
Online and stuff. When I saw this online, it's like with these ones, Donald Trump can't run so fast. So it's obviously AI.
It was a very hilarious answer. But actually the same answer, I heard the same answer from the 3 people. Of course, they were making a joke, but those people already recognized that this is a deepfake, which is not real. But they didn't get actual verifications from the other agencies. This is also one of the answers that I got from the many people.
The books department? Yeah. This can't be real. There's no way. Is this real?
Why do you think?
This person said that she wanted to see the democracy to win the election, and then the Biden was searching the book with related to the dementia in the video, and then she tried to not to believe. So at the time when we created the questions, we were worrying that if we get the same answers from the multiple people, that because they already knew that it is a fake. But actually, in the reality, sometimes we encounter the people who really don't know whether it's a fake or real picture. And then this is another pictures mentioned in the previous presentations, that this is a deepfake picture of the Trump. So when we visited the United States at the time was around March, and then BC covered this picture a lot, so it became very popular. So actually, it was first uploaded to the Facebook of the host of the far-right radio host in November. So if you take the suspicious look into this picture, you easily can find the weird points, like a head or other parts of the picture, but it already spread and it was uploaded to the social network. So we decided to ask whether many people know about this picture or not. This was the host that I mentioned. This is the same parts that the previous presentation already covered, so I skipped. But this is a good example of the risk of the fake deepfake technology, so he was fired later.
Probably just Trump being a family guy overall, being showing love to everyone.
Yeah. Have you ever seen this?
No, it's first time. I think it's great. It's great. I don't see any racism from Trump. So yeah, that's a great picture.
You have no doubt to it is real or not, right?
Yeah. You think it's real?
Actually, this is AI.
It's AI made up? Oh. Yeah, a lot of stuff, sometimes stuff like that, the AI and the fake news, it gets out of control and tries emotions. Everybody goes off emotions instead of reading and learning.
Right.
So as Professor Amari mentioned, it's more about this is related to the fact that they're focusing on the emotional parts rather than the fact. So I also related to that comments because I actually experienced. So it doesn't matter whether it's a fake or not to them, rather they focus on the emotional part. And then secondly, the people don't know well about the fake picture than expected. And the second question is, are they being influenced? So you might ask, if they don't know well about the fake image, they might not be influenced that much. So we use the same picture that I showed before to these two women and men.
Have you ever seen the pictures?
I haven't personally.
I have not, no.
No.
Little uncanny, almost AI-ish.
That was my first instinct, is that they're probably generated pictures.
What kind of feeling do you have when you see this?
It's a little cathartic. It's never good to see someone you don't like politically persecuted. Seeing someone get consequences for their actions is a little satisfying. Yeah.
What kind of purpose the people who made this?
Probably to persecute him for that.
Probably to make Biden look stupid, yeah.
Yeah, because
So on the right side, it's actually there's clips that we used in our program. So it says that try to make the Biden stupid. That's what they answered. So by hearing to their answer, in their opinion, if the fake images is in line with their faith, they feel the cathartic, and if it is opposed to what they believe, then they just dismiss what they're seeing. So this is how the fake news influence people. This is how I interpreted the phenomena. So the most concerned of the deepfake's impact on the election is that rather than the influencing or changing the belief that they already have, it's more about strengthening the belief that they already had. So that is one of the concerns mentioned by the expert. So I also agreed based on these interviews. So I'm running out of time, so I'll speed up. So how are they coping with it? So when we ask when they are confused whether it's a real or fake, what do you do? That was a question that we asked. So this is a summary of the answers that we got. Everyone felt these are confusing. So they don't know whether what they're seeing on the internet is online is fake or real. But even if they feel it's a fake, they don't know how to verify it, and then sometimes they feel that they don't need to verify them. If so, what kind of choices that the people who feel this very suspicious can make? These are the answers that I got from those people. The common answer that I got from them is when they feel that what they're seeing is a suspicious, they said that they're looking for the news or articles related to the things that they're watching. So we already talked a lot about the declining trust over the news agency in Korea and around the world, but this is also showing the reality where that they are relying on the news or news agency or the articles released by those agencies to whenever they feel that they need to verify the things that they are watching. So that gives me the moments very touching and also remind me of the real role as a journalist. So what kind of things that we can do is the next topic that I thought through. So in the preparation of the travels to the United States, I coincidentally found this organization, so which is located in the Seattle in the United States. Please reduce the volume. So True Media ORG is the organization that I found. So in response to the elections around the world, they released a beta service. This is the organizations that provide the investigative report and journalism. Oren Etjioni, he's the CEO of the True Media. He was the founder of AI research institution called Allen. Then Camp.org, which is the foundation related to the Uber, donated for this organization. So this is I'm gonna just skip the presentation because I'm running out of time. So I did the interview, and then they are processing almost 1,500 deepfake contents detection, and then currently they're running 17 lip thinking or other detection models, and then various deepfake technology-based detection model is being used by that organization, and the results is free. It's open to public, and it has been developed into the levels that they are contributing a lot. And then the leader of the machine learning, the detection technology team was women, which was really meaningful personally to me. So one day before the election and then one day after election, we send the email to ask the questions. Not we, the organizations send the email to the readers what kind of concerns they have, what kind of things that they have to cautious before and after the election. So this is kind of the lectures or the lessons that we can give the readers. And I believe that this is also the things that we can do as a journalist. So during the interview with the Oren Eniuchi, the CEO of the True Media, he said that of course, the media is fact-checking and then creating the quality contents, but we, in the best scenario, we have to do everything, but in reality, it's very difficult. So once there's information, the media can play a role to verify those information is fake or not, so that the real quality information can be disseminated to the people. That was the roles that he recommended to do as a journalist. So, and then we reached the conclusions that everyone could play their fair role with the goodwill, then we can contribute and then we can make a positive result. This is my personal conclusions, not the programs. But at a time when we have an entangled real and fake one, the only resource that the people can rely on for the truth is the trustworthy journalism. To make it happen, we have to make an effort so that we can create the world where the people can say fake is fake, and then we can prevent any fake information to be disseminated. And then we can also tell everyone which one is fake and which one is real. And then journalism should set the standards to help people to do so. So in conclusion, at a time when we have advanced AI technology, we have to go back to the day one, classic journalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So throughout all this process, even in the US presidential election, we now have new president at the moment, and I'm kind of wondering what made you what came to your mind as you watched the result of the US election. And just like I've mentioned in the beginning, please send us your questions by scanning the QR code, and later we will answer those questions. Now we have another presenter from Korea. So the second speaker is Mr. Lee Seungchul, who was in charge of reporting deepfakes and journalism at the KBS news program called The Window of the News. Not only overseas, but there is crisis regarding deepfake technology in Korea. Now let us invite Lee Seungchul, the journalist at the KBS. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lee Seungchul. So just like journalist Park, I created this document just before the US election. Now, it was released on April. Of course, many people are interested in deepfake technology, but as we were facing the general election, there are not that many discussions regarding how we should respond to deepfake. So, what exactly is deepfake, and how much are we recognizing the deepfake in terms of scale and scope? So we filmed this documentary for a month, and I prioritized the recognition of the public when it comes to deepfake, and on which level are we facing the crises and the threats of deepfake technology. So let us take a look. Now, here you can see someone who really looks like a news announcer. Now, if this woman was on the street, everyone would have thought, oh, she's an announcer. But if you look at here, okay, so this is a bit of a twist. Now, we've talked about this as we were filming this documentary. Now, Miss Yoon is a very famous announcer at KBS who's in charge of various broadcasting TV shows in KBS. Now, we said to each other that Yoon kind of lost to the AI technology. Okay, so I'd like to ask the consults to play number 1. Now, in our daily lives, the AI technology is in every corner of our society. So I think what we see is the truth. Now, this truth, this fact, will not be able to be applied to our society with the AI development, just like this. Now, who was the real human being? Can you differentiate this or this? Number 1 and number 2. The problem is that as everyone can use artificial intelligence, there is a possibility of abusing the technology. Now again, please return to the slide. So with Miss Yoon, we filmed this documentary and we made this virtual setting. So for example, on April 9th, let's say that this kind of news program suddenly appears at the billboard. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news. We have a news that will impact the general election, which will be held tomorrow. Now we are going to talk about this breaking news. Now we were really concerned with this this filming of the documentary. Now, for example, if we really uploaded this video, someone might have captured this image and might have caused confusion in the General Assembly. Now, this is the photo where we used Miss Yoon's face in every billboards in every downtown areas of Seoul. Now, let's say if these photos spread across social media or in YouTube channels, how would the public perceive this? And what kind of thinkings would dominate the people when they see such fake image? So during this production process, we did the filming in the studio room. So in fact, as you can see on the top right. So it was done by different actors, and we made a deepfake technology to virtually create another Miss Yoon. So we filmed Miss Yoon with this AI technologies and analyzed the face. And the process was really interesting. So after we filmed the face of Miss Yoon for 3 to 4 minutes, the AI distributed the photos into more than 4,750 photos, and for a month it has been trained repetitively. So at the bottom right, the fake appearance of Miss Yoon, or a bit of a change to the face of Miss Yoon, occurred. And this actually confused the person who saw Miss Yoon. So this is how the deepfakes are made. So this is how the deepfakes are invented in our society. Just like we've mentioned earlier, by distributing it to 4,750 photos and training the AI for a week is actually something that has to do with a high expertise with a high capital. So as we do this kind of process for creating deepfake, but for example, if you think about the past, we usually utilized very professional programs. I got this from the book. The Jurassic Park was released in 1993, and the 3D modeling of the dinosaurs took about 2 hours. But today, in the year 2024, it only took about around 10 days. Now, this was the area of the professionals. We needed experts to create such fake image, but now even general public could do that. If you download an app at the applications, you can easily create deepfake images. So if you search these kind of apps, such as Reface, Faceplay, these are really famous applications for creating deepfakes. Reface was created in Ukraine, and Faceplay was created in China. Now, if you look at his videos, just with only several number of photos, you can easily change the appearance of other people. Now, as you have just seen in the video, Miss Yoon made a finger point to switch her face. So only with a click of an application, you can easily create a fake image. So in the past, these apps were for the professionals and experts. It was a technical process, but now with the invention of applications, everyone has become able to create such fake images. Now, this is the current reality that Korea faces. It says 434 cases, 350 cases, and 184 cases. Could you clarify what kind of things that these numbers represent? So in September 9th last month, the Ministry of Education announced the impact of this deepfake sexual crimes in school. So for each school, there was an investigation on the damage of deepfake images. So it was revealed that 434 cases were reported, and there was about 350 investigative cases regarding deepfake sexual harassments. But as you can see, the request for deleting the deepfake images, there were some delays, and those numbers were 184. So as you can see, the investigation process is being delayed. So I'm going to talk about this later on. Whenever a serious issue occurs, everyone is eager to respond to such crisis. But if something is minor, and if that crisis or that issue is targeted individuals, it is really difficult to solve the problem. So this is the excerpt from the interview with a professional expert. This is a person a consultant who specializes in the sexual crimes of the teenagers. Now we asked him, why are the teenagers using deepfakes for sexual crimes? Well, he mentioned that deepfake is just a play for the teenagers. So what made me really surprised was that, so teenagers take a photo of a friend. So we usually take a pose So when a friend does not want to take a photo, then he explicitly mentioned and take this poster that he do not want to be taken a photo. Now, this taking photo and creating deepfakes became a play for the teenagers. So, as you know, if some of them does not follow the trend, they feel left out. So, I think these deepfake is becoming a trend among the teenagers. And also, there was a case when a student made a deepfake image of his friend's mother. So if you go to the Kakao chat, you can see the image of the person. So the student actually made a converged photo of this parent, of this mother, smoking cigarette. Now, as this photo spread across, it was reported to the police, creating a huge damage. Now, why? Why are these deepfake issues arising at schools? It led to the investigation of Ministry of Education, and I did this reports on April. But as we pass through this year's summer, this deepfake image has become a huge problem in Korea. I think there are two reasons behind this. First is because many students believe that deepfake is for play. So apart from what adults think, when it comes to teenagers, these kind of play are spread really quickly like a trend. And second has to do with proficiency. Now, because many teenagers are more tech savvy, they can easily use these deepfake images, and the regulation is done by the teachers and parents who are less tech savvy than the teenagers. So an expert created this application, and those who are not an expert but who are deemed as a quasi-expert, the students and the teenagers use these apps to create deepfake images, and the non-experts, the teachers and parents, regulate the teenagers and students. So I mentioned about the familiarity and also the proficiency. I'll tell you why these kind of issues are breaking out. So I'm sure that you all know this song, The Chestnut Chocolate. The Chestnut Chocolate Bar is a title of a song that went viral in this year in Korea. Now, I'm not sure whether the AI mimicking the singer is also viral in other countries. Well, for example, it is changing the voice of a singer with using AI. So we have like Bang Myung-soo, IU, BB, and Kim Gang-seok, as well as other singers. So due to time limits, I would like to show you this, but I will not be able to do this, so I'll skip this part. But if you look at the number of views, it's around like 370,000, around 440,000. So as you can see, the rate of view is really high, which shows a positive reaction, which drags a positive reaction from the public. Now, I'm sure that some of you might have watched this. So recently, the song Apart went viral across the world, which was sung by Rose and Bruno Mars. And there was this parody video using deepfake image of Kim Jong-un and Kim Ya-jung called Rocket. If you search this on YouTube, you'll find the video. So at the time, the number of views of the Apart is now reaching more than 300 million views. And as for the number of views for this Rocket, it recorded 8 million as of today. So here, the funny thing here is that people will not feel uncomfortable as they watch these deepfake images. It really shows that deepfake has become some sort of a play as the generation goes down. Now, here comes the experiment. We organized participants from the College of Media Communication at Dongguk University to select which one is the deepfake image. I will play it later. So now I'd like to ask the audience, pick the number from your point of view, which image seems like a deepfake created image. Okay, please play number 3. So please find a fake image. So here among the students there is a real person and a fake person. So can you guess? So I think it takes longer than I thought. So if you look at here, I think the answer comes from the impression or the facial expression. Now let's look at the result. So we made this table regarding the answer. Now here, 4 were the deepfake created images. The students who only got the answers right were only 3. So if you look at the percentages, as you get exposed frequently, it feels like that we cannot actually discern between the real and the fake image. So many people chose number 1 and 6, and many people chose this option. As for number 2 and 4, only a small number of people thought that they were deepfake created images. And experts mentioned that please focus on the wrinkles near the mouth, and please look at the muscles, movement, and also the stare. Now, the students' reaction were like this. I think the same expression is coming from the audience. And students mentioned the same thing. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought that photo was just awkward. That's why I picked that number. Now, I think we have to focus on this second interview. Now, this was an experiment. So students were fervently looking into the photo, trying to find a fake image. But these fake images are indeed now on YouTube channels. So as time passes by, we will not be able to distinguish which one is real and which one is fake. I'll skip this one because already another presenter mentioned about this. Now this has to do with the crime that occurs in YouTube channel. Okay, please move to the slide one before. Please play number 4 video. So this is a video of Hong Kong in last February where there was a serious case regarding the accountant of a multinational company. It was a virtual meeting with 6 executive members, and about 3.34 billion won was transferred to another account. It was a fraud. These 6 participants were all deepfake created images. Now, this is the interview of a famous celebrity, Song Ye-kyo, an actor, Cho In-sung. Okay, I think we should stop here. So, as you can see, the reason, as I was creating this documentary, what I tried to emphasize was that, as you can see here on the slide, issues regarding financial loss or fraud, it could become a big social issue. It could become a hot issue around the society, and it will lead to fast response. But when it comes to individual issues such as sexual harassment or rumors in schools, such as smoking cigarettes, it does not become a serious issue or viral. So it takes time to actually recover the rumor and also to address the issue. There would also be a less of an opportunity for the victim to actually express his or her voice. So as deepfake becomes embedded in our society, and as deepfake is linked to individual problems, then there will be a slow response. This is something that we need to tackle. Now, I think because we have some time, I would like to show this video. So please move to the video about 3 minutes and 51 seconds. Yes. It's a video of Nigeria's Lagos in 1956. Now this is a AI-generated video by Sora. Now what's noticeable here is the humans. It's because humans were in the video. So something were occurred in the video, but as there were sceneries and people, it's really difficult for us to actually differentiate whether this is true or false. So not only the deepfake companies, but all the AI-relevant companies are constantly developing AI-generated images and video technologies. So if deepfake is like switching the face into another one, I think from now on there will be a possibility of a fake video from the beginning. So I think this is something that we also need to take note of. Now let me move on to the conclusion. Just like reporter Park mentioned earlier, I think one of the things that we have to shed light on is that we only try to see what we want to see. This is the trap of narrative. And also the biggest issue of deepfake and fake video is that in your own world of algorithm, if something is been displayed, we blindly just believe that it is true. So if that video is somewhat related to the person that you like or the person that you don't like, then the general public has the tendency to just blindly believe that it is true. So in some cases, it could become a weapon that could kill others. It is an immoral tool. One of the experts mentioned that what matters is who will use the sword. So it could become a mask that could save people like a surgery, but it could also become a weaponized sword that could kill others. So depending on the user, the result could be different. As for those who accommodate these technologies, I think we have to be all aware of this seriousness of the deepfakes. We are professionals and we do recognize the seriousness of deepfake images, but general public do not. And there was one of the deepfake creators as I was filming the videos. The old retired dance singers were used for the deepfake, or there was also a face conversion. And in the comment section, some of them didn't realize that it was a fake video. Even though the video mentioned that this is a fake deepfake video, people couldn't differentiate between the real human and the deepfake created videos. So, trapped in the filter bubble, people tend to believe what they see is true. So this comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
So what you're saying, it might be a fake. This is what he emphasized that we have to consider. So this is another case that we encounter the hurdles at a time along with the development of AI technology. As I mentioned before, we have sufficient time remaining. That's what I meant. So we mentioned. So we will have the panel discussion, along with all the speakers that we saw so far. And then we got 15 minutes additionally, in addition to the scheduled time for the discussion. So if you have any question, please use the app to upload your question. We have enough time. So during the discussion, you can also upload in real time your questions. So we all set for the table. So let me invite panelists and moderate to the podium. We're going to talk about the AI risk and the responses to this reality. So Eyunryung, who will be the moderator from the professor of the journalism graduate schools from the Semyung University, and also invite Anne-Marie Lipinski and Park Sujin and Lee Seungchul. I'm going to hand over to Professor Chung. Until 45, we have time. Good afternoon, everyone. It was so interesting to watch the presentation. So I forgot to be the moderator for this discussion, and then we have a crowded audience here. So I'll do my best to lead the discussion in a productive way. So we are witnessing the fast-growing and development of the AI technology that leading everyone to the questions that whether the technology will replace human or not. So some say that the technologies stroke or strengthen the fake belief, and then it also brings a lot of challenges. So through these presentations, we also got the sense of where we are, and then they are very good presentations to give us the questions. So I'm gonna give the common question to all of you, and then I will ask a follow-up question. So please make a short comment to answer the question. In terms of the misinformation and disinformation, all the presentations cover that agenda. So currently, in terms of the misinformation, what will be your biggest concerns? Social media, for example, AI technology, platform, or the influencers, or maybe the common users. So how do you take on this? Starting from Anne-Marie Lipkins, and followed by Park Sujin and Seungchul.
Thanks for that good and provocative question. For me, it's a people problem. Am I not on? Oh. Thank you. For me, the problem is are abusers of the technology. I think it's hard. I use the one example of the Kamala Harris deepfake, which somebody created, and then Elon Musk and others, but he alone, garnered over 130 million viewers for this. So is the problem AI? Is the problem the social media platform on which this appears, or YouTube where it had appeared? I think the problem is really the people who are abusing the technologies. We can blame them all we want, but it's, if I have a knife, I can use it to cut a loaf of bread, or I can use it to harm somebody. And we're not going to blame the knife. So in my view, we need to, there needs to be some kind of approach that is more discouraging to people in doing this. And I don't know, we used to talk a lot about media literacy and media education, and has that fallen out of favor or fashion? We don't talk about it as much, I don't think. And so we're raising generations of, kids now, lots of kids who are gonna experiment and have a lot of fun and create great things with AI, but without sort of proper guidance and education, they're also going to make some really dangerous things. Dangerous to people's reputation, dangerous to their own. So for me, it comes down to the abuses, the human abuses.
Yes, because everyone is using interpretation device, I will not need to summarize what she has just said. So you mentioned about the baby holding a chainsaw, just like that. There is a possibility that some might abuse the technologies. So regarding those people, I think we have to give regulations. So what about you, Ms. Park?
So in my opinion, so unintended bad intention is the most concern. So as I said during my presentation, people think, for example, they're not intended to spread the information, misinformation to the other people so that they want to get the bad result. That is, none of the people wanted to see that. But most of the people are accustomed to the culture that whatever we see and then we like it, we just spread it. So I think we're living in the world that we are very familiar with that kind of paradigm. So it is very difficult to find a solution, and then this is also related to the education problem as well. So the expert said disinformation include fake and real information altogether, and then misinformation means the spreading the wrong informations without any intention. I think both are a very serious problem. What do you think?
So just like the other two panelists, I think many people are now paying attention to the rising issues, and it could lead to bad impacts. But we also need to think about how we can recover and address such issues. And those are something that we also need to talk about socially. So recently, the Ministry of Education investigated about the deepfake usage among the students. And it really, the students really have difficult times participating in the investigations. They have to report to the police and ask them to delete the photos on the website. So when it comes to the issue of an individual's recovering and addressing the issue is also done by the individual. I'm not sure whether you have experienced this, but whenever the YouTube does some kind of response, it's really difficult to make the YouTube to correct the false information. Now, for example, if a false information about yourself is spread across the social media, what are you going to do? Are you going to call the company? So I think in light of that, we need to think about the societal efforts to help these people. So we need a clear system and also institutions to address such issues. Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Lee also mentioned during his presentation about the election, big issues like the financial fraud, those could be easily responded, but when it comes to issue of an individual, it's really hard to tackle such problems. Now, the slow process of helping the victims should be addressed. So I think this would be the key factors that we need to also focus on. Now, moving on, let me go deeper depending on your presentation. So my first question goes to Ms. Anne-Marie Lipinski. When it comes to fundamental truths of democracy, I think is the decision-making of the public, that the public can make rational decision. That was the fundamental thought value of democracy. And journalism is an important source for the public to make reasonable and rational decision. That was the general belief so far. But you mentioned during the presentation that when it comes to the change of information ecosystem, you mentioned about the issue of emotion, the society where emotion is valued more than rational thinking. Even though it is a false information, some say it is just for storytelling. And just because it's emotionally based, many public welcome those fake images. And in some way, it gives us the impression that the news does not really have to stick to the fact. The journalists, they have to review all the narratives and all the reports, But do we really have to do that? What will be the future of journalism when it comes to emotional from the public?
So I love reading fiction. I'm a big fan of novels. I read a lot of them. What's the line? I don't read fiction to escape the real world. I read it to help explain the real world. I mean, that's one of the things you're hearing, at least from one of the commenters in my presentation. The problem is that, the fiction I read is labeled fiction. I'm not deceived into thinking it's something real. And there is a place for that. There is a place for that in any culture or society. I mean, stories, made-up stories, take us places and allow us to think about things that sometimes it's harder to get at through another form. But that doesn't make it okay to do it and call it journalism, or do it and obviously using those tools, using news as a guise, using journalism as a costume that you dress fiction up with in an effort to deceive. And that's really where I came out as I've been thinking about this genuine challenge. AI is a remarkable tool. It's going to allow us to do things and understand things that we can't even imagine yet. But already, even in its most nascent stage, it's got a lot of bad actors who are intentionally abusing it to fool you and to fool all of us. And I used to work for somebody, my mentor, he used to talk about democracy. He used to say, the founders had this amazing idea that the people are sovereign, but it only works if the people are informed, and that's where we come in. And that was always a very kind of, to me, like almost a patriotic anthem about journalism. It is an amazing idea, and the people are sovereign in a democracy, and it does only work if the people are informed, not if the people are fooled. So I also don't think it's an accident that we've, at least in my country, we're living through a time where we've had a sitting president who we've just reelected, who, is the king of storytelling. Fact does not get in the way. And so we have a very celebrated political figure and the technology to support that kind of fiction telling. I mean, again, we saw it in his own social media account, not even stopping to count the fingers on his hand. And I don't know where you go from there. The one thing, you and I both know Angie Holland well, who's the head of the International Fact-Checking Network, and I had a long talk with her about this recently. And she said, she reads a lot of history, as you know, and she said, I just think this was our challenge. We were born at this particular time, and this is the table that was set for us. And as journalists, it's a really big problem, and it's a really hard one to solve, but we can't retreat from it, even if we don't yet know the answers.
The informed citizen is the requirements. So you said that, of course, we don't know the answer yet, but this is the tables that we got to solve. This is the beginning that we have to start. That's what I heard. Yeah. So next question is to Ms. Park. So you met the citizens in the United States, and then I think they were surprised to get a question from even Korean reporter, I believe. And the interviews that you conducted is, for example, even though it doesn't change the behavior itself, let's say, doesn't impact enough to change their belief, like Biden to Trump or Trump to Biden. But if they already support the Trump, that the fake information enhance the belief or support that they already have. So you cover that interview that you confirm that the misinformation sometimes enhance their belief that they already have and then strengthen the bias. It was very impressive. Then, so as a reporter, I believe that you also agree to the, I think I already mentioned that as a journalist, the fact-based information is very important and a must. But at the same time, we have to think about, in Korea, we got a lot of criticism for the journalism in Korea that we are very weak in terms of the fact delivering. So at a time when we believe the fact is the key factor of the journalism, but at the same time, there's a lack of the competence to stick to the fact when we deliver the journalism in Korea. That's a reality. So during the presentation, that classic journalism is very important. So in your opinions, to realize the classic journalism in Korea, where would be the great starting point? Then what kind of the practice that we have to correct? I think this is a very difficult question. How come are you asking the question to me? But I hope that I have a clear answer to that. But I'm a reporter still working on the site. And as you just mentioned, we encounter every day that kind of risk that you just mentioned. So when we create the articles, definitely we found the speed up process by using the technology. And I don't believe that anybody have the bad intention to make a fake information by using the AI technology. Rather, they just stuck in the situations that they have to release the articles even before they're reaching to the points that they are ready to release that article. So that's the problem, I think. And then there are definitely in the pressurized situations that they have to speed up all the process. That's kind of like culture within the organization. So I think that changes start from that kind of corporate culture, I believe, personally. And then in connection to my presentation, the Orji, the CEO of the True Media, said that I think that there's a lot of organization doing the same activities with the True Media organization. So how actively we are reflecting all the tools distributed by those organizations with the good faith. That is the problem that we have to improve, because at the time when I had an interview with him, I suggested the idea. I have the determinations that I will definitely suggest the idea to my boss when I go back to the Korea. Then let's use this tool. Let's use this kind of tools. But in reality, it's very difficult to make that kind of change. So definitely there are the multiple tools that we can use to make a positive impact. Because it is also true that the process of the fact-checking is getting complex. So if there is a lot of tools that help us to better fact-checking, that we have to actively use those tools.
Thank you very much for your answer. Yes, I agree with you. So although we make up our mind, because we have to report the journalisms every day, the journalists themselves are witnessing these complex situations, and if they do not brace themselves, then the quality of media and journalism will obviously go down. So I think we need to reskill and upskill the journalists as well. Now moving on to Mr. Lee. You mentioned about Korean cases of deepfakes among the teenagers and students. You mentioned that it is becoming a play among the students. So I would like to ask you about the direction of media literacy. Of course, you're not a professional in media literacy education. I believe that you extracted a lot of insights during your investigation and reporting. Of course, when it comes to perfect technology to block deepfakes, or whether we have NGOs to monitor the deepfakes, it will be impossible to eliminate all deepfake images. Then, could raising the digital literacy of the general public could be a solution? Well, because everyone is doing it, it becomes like a trend among the teenagers. And to me, it seems like that it will be difficult to stop those play among the teenagers. So on the other hand, even if we pursue this joy during the deepfake image, but at the same time, I think we need to raise the awareness of the teenagers that these deepfake images should be carefully considered. What's your idea on that? So just to give you an answer, in Korea, when it comes to digital media literacy, I think people's awareness has been raised thanks to the report of the crimes regarding deepfakes. So when I was reporting this on March, not many people paid attention. But as this became a serious crime and as many media reported this, it led to the raise of the awareness among the publics regarding deepfake crimes. But as I was filming this documentary, what came to my mind was that, is it really okay for us to approach deepfake in a negative way? Okay, so right now, if we think about today's theme, we tend to consider deepfake as a pessimistic, harmful impact to our society. And there were some reactions from the producers that deepfake should not be used. Now, if we just initially make deepfake as a negative and harmful technology to our society and take on the digital literacy education, would that be helpful? I think now is the time to say that deepfake is not bad. We have the deepfake technology. It exists within our society. We have to be aware of that fact objectively and then create the right guidance and direction for using deepfakes. Rather than just prohibiting the students from using deepfakes, we first need to teach them about the deepfakes. And as deepfakes gets expanded, we have to be aware of the issue of proliferation of the deepfake technologies and also addressing deepfake crimes in our society. Thank you.
Thank you for your answering. I was so surprised because I also failed to recognize which one is a deepfake. The 6, all of them, I failed. So I think it is meaningful to start off the efforts to raise an awareness of the deepfake technology itself. During the discussion, I got a question from the floor. This is one of my questions as well. So in the agency, news agency, deepfake or fake news are uploaded. So about that, internally, the news agents, whether the news agency have the system to screen out or the detect. What about KBS or SBS? I'm going to ask you to. No. Because I met during the, I think it's very sharp questions because I got the same question asked during the spring. So they asked, how do you screen out all the fake or deepfake? But actually, we don't have that system to detect or screen. We are not taking that technical approach to the deepfake or the misinformations. Rather, when it comes to the fact checking, when it comes to the video, if it is not clear whether it is where it is a source, we are not using it. So before using the video, we verify the source first. That's a way of detection. Once we have the video, so if there's no clear source of the video, we don't use it. And then for the other videos created by the reporters, for example, rather than focusing on the speed process, we have to focus on the authenticity. That was the principles that we stick to. So that is the way of the preventing or the reducing, minimizing the chances of the releasing the fake news.
I think we are also similar. Now, well, we are screening the deepfake image with mentors. So we do have journalists who edits the videos, so we try to screen the tools with manpower. As for the fact-checking, if we try to use reports or articles with clear sources, Now, when it comes to system or tools, I believe we do not have it. Okay, so I will ask the same question to Ms. Anne-Marie. As for the U.S., like BBC, is there? I've heard that there is a department that screens the deepfake images. So within the editing department of the broadcasting companies of the U.S., how do they screen the deepfake images? Are they being institutionalized within the news agency of the U.S.?
I think in general, AI is understaffed in most newsrooms, which was true of the internet when it was new. Or we have people who understand this technology working too separate from the newsroom. I think not all organizations. I mean, the Washington Post, which I pointed to, they have engineers working with the newsroom to create these new tools, and I think it's exactly the way to do it. But in general, the history of our adoption of new technology is it's not very fast, and we don't staff up. We don't spend the money to create or to safeguard, which are, two sides of the same coin. So yes, there is technology that exists. A lot of places are using it. There are technologies that are like to test whether a news story has been written with AI is one tool. To test for a deep fake image is a different tool. So these things, and I guess I don't use these tools myself. I imagine they're getting better with each generation. But again, I think in general, we're not adequately staffed yet on that.
네.
Okay. So should I take it as a welcoming news because it is not happening in the U.S. Also, this is not that serious serious situation in Korea. But anyway, when we have the radio, there's a lots of people talking about the regulatory efforts. So this is always the case. Whenever we have a new technology appearance, we always have a defense approach. So we already first consider the new technology as a villain. So I think we have still enough time, 9 minutes remaining. So one by one, I will ask one question again. And then if we have the remaining times, we'll get the additional questions from the floor. So Mr. Lee, I will ask the questions from the floor. So during your presentation, you mentioned already that the adolescents are most sensitive and mostly utilizing the people mostly utilizing the technology, but at the same time, there's no literacy in the journalism. That's what you mentioned. So how do you narrow the gap? How do we narrow the gap? As you just said, based on my experiences, there's a gap. Of course, recognized by the adolescents. There's a big gap between the adults' literacy and then the kids' literacy from their perspective, because two different groups are taking two different approach. Like they're using as a play, while the adults consider as a subject to the regulation. So I think if we take that approach, it would be no effects. It's the same. I think this is a case for the education of the adolescents when it comes to the sex-related education. So at a school level, if we take the similar approach that we took, then the effects will be very limited. So in my opinions, we have to use the other methods, like soft methods, like social approach, like music or movie or the light video uploaded in social media. I don't know. There must be a lot of idea, but we have to take the approach that we understand that you're using technology, but if you cross this line, that can be a crime. I think we have to take that approach.
So the Korea Press Media Foundation is also carrying out digital media literacy education. And just like Mr. Lee mentioned, when it comes to educating the teenagers, I think what you have answered would be an important factor. Now, next, moving on to Ms. Park. You mentioned about the true media and the funding source of the true media. Now, when it comes to fact check and all of these works, those are publicly important, but they do not create any profits. So when it comes to the constant sustainability of a institution, it would be really difficult to survive without the sponsorships of other institutions or agencies. Now, for continuous sustainability of the members or to secure financial funds, what kind of efforts would be needed? The reason why I'm asking this question is, in fact, even in Korean newsroom, it's really difficult to find such resources. Now, for those who like to voluntarily step up to take on this approach, what will we really need to do? Of course, there will be some software experts in Korea. Then when it comes to these financial efforts, what should be done? Yes, as I was doing the reporting, so I asked similar questions to the AI-related engineer companies. They mentioned that AI generation is profitable, but AI detection technology is not profitable. That is, the detection technology falls short behind the AI generation technology. And when it comes to cost, it does not create any additional revenue. So the reason why I pursue True Media is because it has all three important factors, just like you mentioned earlier: the money, the technology, and the goodwill. And these three factors were inside the True Media. But in Korea, I wonder whether we could carry out similar projects in Korea without all those three factors. And if we have an organization with all those three factors, but still, it's my question whether it could receive constant financial aid. And I asked the same question to True Media at the time. And I asked them that it will be really financially consuming. And they mentioned about this expression called armament conflict or armament competition. They mentioned this is a competition between AI generation and AI detection. They mentioned that they are at a disadvantaged position, but they also mentioned that this is the path they need to take whatsoever. So I think although it's a difficult situation, under the goodwill, we have to pursue that direction. And as the press utilizes such new technologies, I think there could be a new way in which we can create revenues within those procedures, but I do not know the answers for now. Okay, for now, you mentioned that the detection is not profitable compared to generating technology, and you mentioned about the armament competition, which was really meaningful. Now, we move on to the last question, which came from the floor. So it was really welcoming news that we were able to hear the cases of the New York Times and the Philippines. I really enjoyed your presentation. So this kind of fake information, they are taken for granted among the public these days. Now, to advocate the truth, to protect the value of trust and truth, going beyond the efforts of the journalists and scientists, what kind of efforts should be made among the society? So there would be the role for civic group, the government, and the journalism group. Now, when it comes to those efforts, what should be prioritized in society as a whole?
That's such a great question and such a big question, and maybe for your next conference, you can just focus on that. An interesting fact I read from the research that was done looking at the election deepfakes in the US was that when people were asked to say, is this fake or is this real, by a small percentage, but still by some percentage, people erred more often on the part of saying something real was fake. And if you sit with that for a while, it's deeply disturbing, right? And what it says is we've just conditioned people now to expect that something put before them, some people, that something put before them is not real. And that just, man, that really messed with my sense of, what is the cultural compact? Like, what do we have if we don't have an agreement that, to the best of our abilities, we're going to be honest with each other? And so it's just something that needs to be talked about, taught, inculcated at all of the levels you mentioned. It's not just a government problem. It's not just a school problem. It's not just a journalism problem, and it's not just a technology problem. It's a problem owned by all of us. And if you think about, like one of the, a currency in any culture are like, I've been thinking about like these historic images, and from my own childhood, there are two, if I think of like, what do I remember seeing? Like, what was the news that visually came to me as a kid? And it's two things. I think about the moon landing, and I think about President Kennedy's assassination. And there are these iconic photos from both of those that just live in my memory, right? And I don't distrust that they happened. And if we're not really careful, we get to a world where you have to distrust that something you're being told actually happened. And it's one thing if it's small things, if it's, stupid fake campaign photos or something that at the end of the day isn't going to sway anybody one way or the other. But there are going to be big moments that we challenge as a culture, as a people, as a society, as a country, whatever the unit is. And that's where it gets really scary to me. So I think we all own it. Every part of everyone's society owns it, because this isn't something that's just a problem in Korea or a problem in the US. That's my blueprint, which is not a blueprint. It's just, we all own it.
Thank you for your answer. So as I was listening to your answer, among your stories, two words came to my mind. Those were really impressive. And I think these words were long forgotten. We all want to live with good neighbors. And if we are to do so, we expect them to be honest with us. Just like you mentioned, honesty. I think that word was really important. As we talk about whether something is truth or whether something is false, I think we have to stick to the value of honesty. And second one was the distrust, the word distrust. And this concept of distrust could confuse our life completely. So although we do not know the answer, I think we have the task in front of us. I think that's the task we need to tackle, not as a journalist, but as a member of the society. So I originally mentioned that we have an extra time of 10 minutes, and we have already used all that time. And thanks to the panelists' answers, I wish that we could have more time so that we were able to listen to more of you. But thank you very much for your answers. Once again, please give a big round of applause to the moderators and the panelists. So thank you for sticking to the given time. So yesterday, we barely had any break time, but thank you for, thanks to your efforts, I think we'll be able to have a moderate time for break. So we are going to resume at 4:05. So just like yesterday, we have coffee and snacks in the lobby. So I'd like to ask the participants to grab some coffee and enjoy the snacks. So please return to the hall by 4:05. I'll see you later. Now, because the time is up, now we will move on to the last session of the 2024 KPF Journalism Conference. As for the last session, we're going to talk about the diversification of the revenue model in the era of AI for journalism. Relevant strategies will be given as well. So just like we mentioned in the previous session, AI presents both an opportunity and crisis. So here in this session, we're going to talk about how we can transition from crisis into opportunity to harness AI in journalism. There was a transformation from paper newspaper to digital newspaper, and with the advancement of AI, the revenue structure of the news agency should also be diversified. Now we have to think about how we can come up with new strategies to set the roles appropriate for the upcoming future and the new era. So in this last session, we have invited a renowned speaker. So she's already at the stage. So she's the Deputy Director of Aspen Research Institute, and she's also the executive member of the Scott Trust, which is the mother company of the Guardians. She's going to share us insights about the present and the future of AI and journalism. Let us invite Ms. Vivian Schiller, and we'll listen to in the era of AI, the expansion of journalism and diversification of revenue. Once again, please give a big round of applause to Vivian Schiller.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here. It is my first time in Seoul, in Korea, in fact. So when I first started thinking about these remarks a few weeks ago, I had a plan in mind. By the way, I don't think these remarks were ever intended to be about the future and the present and future of AI, since I know a lot of others were talking about it. I had intended to talk about news revenue and formats and sort of the business of news media. And I had planned to do that for good reason. There's a lot going on. There's even a lot of promise out there, promising models, even while the headwinds are strong. But there was an event in my country about 10 days ago, maybe you've heard of it, the US elections, that made me change my approach to this talk. And which is why I've now decided to call my talk Relevance and Trust, Conditions for Sustainable News Media. Because the fact is, without relevance and without the trust of the public, there is no business model on earth that will work. We are doomed to fail. In the United States, trust in media has recently hit another record low. Only 31% of Americans, according to a representative's poll, say they have even a fair amount of trust in US media. So the question was, do you have a lot of trust or even a fair amount? Only 31%. Now, part of this may be that they don't know what the term media means anymore. I certainly don't know what it means anymore, as we are in a fragmented ecosystem of AI slop, random people mouthing off on podcasts, uninformed hot takes, influencers looking for engagement, TikTok memes. So this is what I want to talk about today, which is relevance and trust. But let me just back up for a minute, because I want to just quickly review the other things that are going on in the media that we know about before I get to the thing maybe we're not talking about enough. So we talk a lot about the challenges to media, but let me just review them because they haven't gotten better. Sorry, this is a very depressing talk for the last session of the day. I apologize for that. So collapsed revenue streams, we know this. The revenue streams that were previously viable have plummeted. Ads have collapsed or moved online. Subscriber fatigue is real, as a lot of news organizations move to either paywalls or voluntary paywalls. We realize people have only a limit of how many things they will subscribe to. Digital disruption, social media, of course, has been disrupting us for some time now. And get ready, because AI, for all its many wonders, and I'm an AI booster, with cautions, also has significant business risks to news organizations as AI companies crawl the content from news publishers in order to then be able to deliver responses about the latest things going on in the world as a search query, maybe with a teeny tiny little link if you want to read more. So that's a problem. Information ecosystems are just getting more polluted, causing confusion or frankly worse. And again, referring to AI, and many of the speakers were quite elegant about this, the issue with, it's a double-edged sword with AI. It's not just that AI-generated images or video or audio can fool people. Even worse, it's that the whole notion that things might not be real are causing people to wonder whether they can believe anything at all. This is a problem. Rise in authoritarianism is putting independent news media at greater and greater risk. If you follow Reporters Sans Frontières Index, it just gets worse and worse. We are about to see what that feels like in a meaningful way, I believe, in the United States. Media fragmentation, of course. We talked about TikTok, podcasts. There's just a lot of noise out there. Much of it is partisan. News avoidance is something we've been talking about a lot recently. Frankly, the news for some people is just too depressing. Almost a little under half of Americans in a recent survey said they sometimes avoid news. I think we will see more of that, certainly for a big sector of Americans after these elections. But there's a 7th factor that we're not talking about enough. And that is, we may not be serving the audience. And like I said, if we're not serving the audience, all those collapsing business models, all the green shoots, all of the promising models that are out there will not allow us to be able to sustain. So this has been on my mind a lot since the elections, and the very quite decisive win for President-elect Trump that a lot of media did not see coming, at least not coming at that level. Part of it is an inadequacy in polling, but that could be an entire other conference, so I'm not going to get into polling right now. But there's 2 other things that really are on my mind when I think about whether we serve our audience. One is the mainstream media, for lack of a better word, that is independent news media that actually aims to serve the public, is the mainstream media really in touch with the American population? Are we telling everybody's stories? Young people, people who are not, that don't live in, on the West Coast or the East Coast of the United States where most journalists live. I think much of the national media, I will say, is biased. Now, let me explain what I mean by biased. I do not mean that they are biased and are promoting one candidate or another, but biased for a way of the world, a vision of the world that we, and I include myself in this as the news media, believe should be so, whether or not the people who we are reporting for and reporting on agree with that. And that can come across as out of touch and frankly often condescending. The second thing I've been thinking about since the election a lot, and this has come up several times just since I've been here today, but it's worth repeating, which is that truth-telling, the very thing that most of us went into journalism for, may not actually have a receptive audience. Some people just don't care. We saw that again with the quotes, Anne-Marie's great anecdotes about, and quotes from people seeing that image of the false AI-generated image of the young girl hugging her puppy in the floods. Even presented with the fact that it's not real, they don't care. It won't change their minds. They are seeing what they want to believe. They are running on one of the, I don't know if this translates very well in Korean, but a term of art in the United States now for a lot of these things is vibes, which is, how do you feel? It feels right, so it must be true. So when you look at all this together, it begs the question, does what we do matter? And that is a terrifying thing to consider. And I know I've been mostly talking about the United States, but I gave a similar talk last week to a group that was actually an Aspen Institute board meeting, but there were, we have Aspen Institutes in many countries around the world. They were all there when I came off stage. Many of my colleagues from Japan, India, East Africa, Western and Eastern Europe, Mexico, Colombia, were nodding their heads and saying the same. So what has this got to do with revenue models? It has everything to do with revenue models. Revenue models do not exist in a vacuum. Rather, they are fully enmeshed in the relationship a news organization has with its reader, its viewer, its listener, its user. So rather than tell you who's got a clear new way to monetize video and how CPMs are doing, I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't be very good at that anyway. I really want to talk about models of approaching our relationship with the public in a way that I believe drives trust and engagement. And yes, with that comes revenue. So what should we be doing more of, and what should we be doing less of? I have 3 notions in this category with a couple of examples. So number 1, more focus on local news, less focus on national news. Now, I don't mean national news should go away. I just mean that in a polarized state, survey after survey in countries all over the world show that even if people don't trust the media, they trust their local reporter. In the United States, they don't trust Congress, but they trust their local congressman. And so local matters. That is where trust is built. And so we need to be thinking about local media has been decimated across the United States, in many parts of the world. We need to think about how we build local media up. So let me just mention a couple of groups that are doing it right. First, I want to start with an organization called Documenters. It's actually not an organization, it's more of a movement. So Documenters is a movement that now many local news organizations in the United States have picked up. And it is both a kind of community engagement and a clever way to extend reporting capacity. So the idea is a local news organization can't possibly have enough reporters to go cover every school board meeting, every hearing, every local council. And these are critical meetings because they determine how your tax dollars are being spent. You can get a sense of what your elected officials are doing or not doing. Are they listening to you? What is that process? So what Documenters does is train everyday citizens to go to those meetings. They're not reporters, but they are literally documenting what's happening in those meetings. They deliver original notes, live tweet threads, or your social media platform of choice, multimedia reports. They are trained to do this, and crucially, they are trusted. Because to people reading local media, these are their neighbors. These are not some conceptual elite journalists. These are people who live next door to us, and they're telling us what they just experienced in this meeting and what I need to know. It is raising civic engagement, and it is raising civic awareness. And it now has spread to big cities like Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, and Detroit, but it's also in smaller markets you may not have heard of, like Bismarck or Center City, Pennsylvania. It's a really wonderful, exciting development in engaged local media. I'll just mention another one, which is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution has long been, for over 150 years, Atlanta's major newspaper. Traditional newspaper, reporting on the city. They have now looked at across the demographics of Atlanta and realized that they cannot serve the audience well with just one brand. And particularly, they felt like they could not really cover the very thriving Black community and culture that is so dynamic in Atlanta, and it is influential not just in the city, but frankly nationwide. And so they built an entirely new product, which started as a newsletter called Unapologetically Atlanta, and has now morphed into a whole new product called UATL. So it's not just news, it's culture and art and fashion and business and mentorship and innovation, but also direct community engagement. They do quarterly movie screenings Black Culture Movie Night. They're doing this in a way that if it had been just woven through the Atlanta Journal-Constitution main product and main newsroom, it would not have had the same impact. And then the third is something called Report for the World. And they like to call themselves local journalism serving the world. Sorry, not Report for the World. I put the wrong logo up here. Report for the World is also a wonderful initiative, so I'll talk about that, which is, it is a means of providing trained reporters and seeding them into local newsrooms in different parts of the world for a period of 1 or 2 years, paid for half by philanthropy and half by those half by the news organizations. And so far there have been Report for America, which was the original program, has put thousands and thousands of reporters, trained reporters, into local American communities, and now doing that around the world. Not putting American reporters, but helping place regional reporters to help build up the reporting capacity. Okay, the second thing, more focus on impact, less focus on eyeballs. I think the best example of this, one of my favorite examples lately of really focusing on what the impact of your journalism is and not just chasing people for something that will grab their attention but will not really serve the community and not really live up to your civic purpose as a news organization. One of my favorite examples lately is a Israeli investigative news organization. It's pretty new, called Shomrim. Shomrim literally has no idea. They have a website, but they don't really, and you can find their stories there, but it's not a destination. They don't count users. They don't count page views. What they count is the impact of their stories. And they give those stories away to other news organizations. And they do extraordinary work. In their short life, I think it's now been maybe 2.5 years, 77 news outlets have picked up Shomrim stories, both in Israel and around the world, including the Washington Post, CNN, the AP, Reuters, The Guardian, Der Spiegel, and outlets in France, Ukraine, Spain, Italy, Canada, Australia. All the Israeli major news outlets have. And they reach audiences that many, even in Israel, audiences that those other news organizations don't reach, like the ultra-Orthodox Jews and Arab Israelis. So, for example, and they also collaborate. An example is a collaboration between Shomrim and the AP Associated Press that showed that far-right groups, Jewish groups in Israel, were blocking aid that was meant to go to Gaza, and they were funded with tax-deductible donations from the US and from some Israelis as well. That article was picked up by, again, the Washington Post, the Guardian, the Independent, ABC News, and more, and it led to real change. Another example of engagement is a news, well, they don't even call themselves a news organization, but Epicenter NYC is based in a neighborhood of New York City, Jackson Heights, Queens. It's a very, very diverse neighborhood with immigrants from all over the world. This is an example of very, very hyper local media, but they're really sort of part media and part almost community organizers. Yes, they report the news, but they use different kinds of platforms, including flyers put out in the neighborhood. They do vaccine drives. They do insider tours. They have on-the-ground ambassadors that are bringing them information and sending it back out into the community. They say we are driven by the belief that together we can shape our neighborhoods, our city, our world, because we live here too. Again, that notion of you can trust us because we are part of the community is a major theme. Third, more focus, again, on community and less focus on sort of the traditional ways of reaching and monetizing audiences. So I will use the example of The Guardian. As a disclosure, I am a director on the Scott Trust, which owns The Guardian, which I'm very proud of, but I feel like I need to reveal that, but I'm sharing all publicly available information, which is the Guardian, and here I will say we changed strategy at the Guardian about 5 years ago, which was to really double down, seeing the trends that are happening in advertising revenue, really double down on reader revenue, but with a very singular point of view, which is we wanted to make sure that the Guardian journalism was available to anyone who wanted to see it, even if they couldn't pay for it. So the strategy is all voluntary. And the messaging has been based, this is not the terminology, but the messaging to the readers, consumers of The Guardian has been, first of all, help us pay for our journalism and help us make sure that people that can't afford to pay for it will be able to see it thanks to your voluntary support. And also, there's a sense of identity, which is when you give voluntarily to an organization like The Guardian, you feel like you are part of a movement. I was the CEO of NPR, National Public Radio, about, 15 years ago now. And it was the same strategy, which was so much of the revenue came from local stations through pledge drives. And it was very much, you are part of our community. People we would send out, if you sent us money, if you sent a station money at a certain level, you got a tote bag. People make fun of NPR tote bags, but people like to wear them because it is a badge of identity saying, this is who I am. The Guardian has done digital reader revenue to The Guardian is now 88 million pounds, with well over half of it coming from outside the UK. The supporter base is at a record high with over 1 million recurring digital subscribers. I'm running out of time somehow, so I'm going to go quickly. Daily Maverick has a similar engagement, a similar strategy in South Africa, doing really extraordinary work. I want to, because this is a conference about AI, I also want to say a couple of things about AI, which is when we talk about AI, when I travel around and I talk to a lot of newsrooms and news organizations, I feel like the conversation about AI is sort of very reductive, and it comes down to this binary, which is AI out to get us, or is it going to save us? And frankly, this is not a scientific poll, but I would say about 3/4 at least of the people I talk to think AI is out to get us. When I say us, I mean the news media. And I understand this. I think this is just built up after many, many years of frustration at seeing what's happened with social media and how it's both corrupted the information ecosystem and also pulled revenue away from directly going to news organizations. But frankly, AI is not like social media. AI is more like the birth of the internet. And it presents as many opportunities as it does risk. So it is a powerful set of tools with great promise, but to use responsibly. So I just wanted to mention a few case studies around the world of where I see, you've heard several already throughout this conference, but where I think AI is being used quite effectively. Vajnaya Storia, this is iStories. This is a Russian online news site, now operating in exile as they do investigative journalism about Russia, which, as I'm sure you know, you cannot do in Russia right now. And they use AI to scrape social media sites from inside Russia and from elsewhere. And they use, so you probably know this is called open source intelligence, or OSINT, but they are using AI to analyze that data, vast amounts of data, to be able to find trends in stories that really weren't possible before. It's a very exciting reporting tool. The Times of India, these are out of order for me. The Times of India has developed an AI-driven personalization system that has increased their click-throughs by 85% on their website and 40% on their app. Code for Africa is placing data scientists in African newsrooms in 23 countries to help develop and integrate AI tools. The focus is on investigative journalism and data-driven reporting using AI capabilities for analysis and insights. And again, these data scientists are seeded into these newsrooms and helping train up those newsrooms. NRK, Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation, they have done an interesting experiment to try to reach younger audiences, which is they are putting AI summaries in a box at the top of their stories, and with just bullets. It's just bullets. And if you want to learn more, you can click through, the box goes away, the story appears, and when people click through, because they've been their curiosity has been piqued by seeing those summaries, the time spent on that article has significantly grown. Crucially, because we know a lot of newsrooms are very reluctant to use AI tools, they have told their newsrooms that any reporter or editor can opt out of this program if they don't want to. And it's on a completely separate process. So this is not fully integrated yet, but I see where they're going, because this is what I used to do back in the day when I was at the New York Times and trying to get the print newsroom to embrace the internet, which makes me sound very old, and I guess I am, which is you say this is completely voluntary. But what happens is the reporters that are excited about it start to use it. The other reporters and editors and desks see how much engagement it gets, and then the next thing you know, everybody's on board. And then finally, El Toque, a Cuban news outlet, has developed a very innovative business model centered around, as you probably know, there is no official currency exchange for Cuban currency with the international markets, and yet there is a very thriving black market currency trade. So this news organization has developed an AI-powered currency exchange rate tracker. It is unofficial. And it has become essential for many, many, many Cubans. It's significantly increased website traffic and user base, has also challenged the Cuban government's monopoly on telling the economic stories. And so it's really a great example of both serving user needs and bringing them onto your site. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about those case studies. And then I just want to really conclude to say there really is no singular solution to the secular changes in business models and the collapse of the revenue streams we've seen. I certainly don't presume to know where all this is going. But one thing I know for sure is that there will be zero revenue if we can't engage the audience, and we can't keep up with our audience, and we condescend to them, which does happen sometimes, and they don't trust us. So we need to think about why all of us in this room went into the news business to begin with. Certainly, it was not to make money. If we had all wanted to get rich, I suspect we would have gone into an entirely different profession. But it is to make a difference. And we can't make a difference if no one is listening. So we need to build our models from starting with the user and working backwards. We need to embrace these technologies. We need to talk to and listen to our readers, viewers, listeners, and users. Gone are the days when we could deliver the news from on high, the news we think people need to know, never mind if we're really addressing the needs of our customers or not. So without this, there is no sustainability. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schiller, for your presentation. So usually after we listen to the overseas presenters, we move on to the Korean presenters. But for this session, we will not listen to the presentation of the Korean panelists. But now we are going to invite Ms. Vivian Schiller and proceed to panel discussion. So let me introduce the three Director of Planning Coordination Team of major journalism companies and the moderator. So for the moderator, we will invite Gyunmi Kim, the professor of the Communication Media College at Ehwa Women's University. And then for the panelists, we have Mr. Sangbeom of Herald Economics, Mr. Sukho of Donghwa.com, Shin of SK Broadband, and Namgung Changsung from Gangwon People's Daily will invite the moderator and the panelists to the stage. So Professor Kim, Mr. Sangbeom, Shin Sukho, Shin, and Namgung Changsung, and Ms. Vivian Schiller, once again, please come forward to the stage and we'll proceed to the panel discussion. I'll pass the microphone to Professor Kim Gyunmi. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kim Gyunmi, the professor at the Communication Media College of Ehwa Women's University. Until last year, I worked at Seoul newspaper. I joined the newspaper company in 1989, and until last year, I've worked in the newspaper industry, so I was in charge of coordinating the newspaper, and now I'm teaching students at a college. Now, this is the last session of the KPF Journalism Conference, and I'm the moderator for this session, and it's really fortunate to invite Ms. Vivian Schiller and all the other renowned panelists to proceed this session. Now, if we think about the previous sessions, most of them dealt with AI and issues and challenges facing the journalist. In some way, it is closely linked to the current situation of journalism. So here in the last session, we're going to talk about the sustainability of journalism. We have to acquire sustainability in order to achieve the essence and goal of journalists. Each media agency are coming up with ways to survive in the future or ways to continue the sustainability. They are coming up with their own strategies and making efforts. I do not think we have significant success cases. So since last year, I have witnessed various concerns and efforts from the media agency, such as benchmarking other companies, but we have not yet come up with clear answers. Numerous failures have come. However, I believe those failures are worthwhile for us to come up with strategies. Now, the panelists here on the stage, just like Ms. Schiller mentioned, regarding artificial intelligence, the format, the revenue structure, so as we move a step aside from those topics, I think basically journalism has to be directly linked to the readers. Without readers, the journalism will not exist. I think the answer lies in the readers. I think Ms. Schiller already gave us the answer, and I think we have to think about the strategies coming up from each media agency. So just like I've mentioned earlier, the panelists here have come up with their own business management strategies in their respective field. So first of all, in economic newspaper, I would like to ask to Mr. Sangbeom on what kind of strategies are being made in Herald economics, and at the same time, how are you actually keeping to the values of the essence of journalism? As for the Mr. Shin Sukho of donga.com, I would like to ask you what kind of efforts are being made within your media agency and what kind of attempts were being made. And in Korea, in every aspect of our society, there is a great polarization between metropolitan area and rural areas. But at the same time, local media agencies are making diverse efforts to survive. So we'll listen to various accomplishments and efforts made by this local media agency, which will be delivered by Mr. Namgung Changsung of the Gangwon People's Daily. And we have also invited a panelist who's not from a media industry. You might think it's weird, but Mr. Shin, he has a great expertise in media. But from the viewpoints of an external party, he's going to talk about how we should deal with the challenges. And as you know, artificial intelligence is becoming a huge challenge and opportunity for the journalism industry. So he's going to talk about how we can harness the power of AI. So I have spent already some enough time. So after we listen to the panel's answer, I'm going to ask questions to each. So, but before that, so let's set up the order. So I'm going to give you this topic or questions. Please give us your strategies, your efforts that have been made so far. And as a follow-up question, I will ask you different questions. So first, as I was listening to your presentation, Ms. Schiller, you mentioned that journalism should acquire trust from the readers. And you also mentioned about the importance of locals. And you also mentioned about the impact rather than the issue. I think you mentioned about the impact that the article could have to the society. But if you think about Korean context, we have the national news media and local news media. They have a great gap. It seems that we are missing a great issue, and it is really difficult to actually be directly connected to the readers. So just like you've mentioned in the overseas cases, could there any benchmark role models that we could take referred to from the overseas cases? Of course, local media is doing their best, but it feels like that we are concentrated only on the minor sides.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll speak about the U.S. context since that's what I know best. But local news media has been hit very, very hard in the United States over the last 15 to 20 years. Really, just terrible. So many news organizations have gone out of business. So many reporters have lost their jobs. But in recent years, there's been a resurgence of new news organizations. It's very promising. It has not closed the gap. And part of what's helped that is there are some national organizations who have been set up to help news organizations survive. They might be collected funds that can be earmarked to give to news organizations, or they might be shared services that local news the Knight Foundation, for instance, has now shared services so that every news organization doesn't have to pay for their own content management system or that kind of thing. But I truly believe there is no shortage of national news reporting in the United States, including exceptionally good national news reporting. We need it. Of course, we need that. But without that, without having local news organizations where the people, the reporters and the editors live in the community they cover, I do not believe we can close that trust gap.
Thank you. So I would like to ask questions about the Korean context. So first, I will ask questions first to Mr. Sangbeom of Herald Economics. So just for your reference, he was focused on digital news media content, and starting from 2018, Mr. Sangbeom launched Inspiring, which was a rebranding model of Herald Economics. And for revenues and profits, he's coming up with new strategies within the Herald Economic Daily. Of course, the Herald Economic Daily will not represent all the economic dailies in Korea, but please share us what kind of efforts are being made within the Herald Economics. I'll give you 3 minutes. Yes, hello everyone. I am Sangbeom. I am the Director of Planning and Coordination Team at the Herald Economics. Now, it really feels new right now. Just like I have been introduced, about several years ago, I was in charge of Inspiring to come up with new profit models. And at the time, I did lectures in various conferences, giving my ideas on the revenue diversification structure. At the time, I was a technical level employee, but now I'm in charge of directing all those teams. Now, Herald Economic Daily is also a newspaper company. And if we think about the subscribers and readers, it is important to define those readers and to meet the needs and the demands of those readers. That's the main focus of our strategy. And just like many newspaper companies, we are trying to deliver our products and articles at diverse portal sites in Korea. And the most important thing here would be to meet the demands of the readers and subscribers. The thing here is that how can all the newspaper agencies and media agencies confirm that they are meeting the demands? And if we have the tool to do so, How can we utilize those tools? Well, I think we can use various database analysis tools such as CMS. So starting from last year, at Herald Economic Daily, we have invested heavily in those digital tools. And starting from next year, the first half, we are going to launch those relevant tools. Major newspaper agencies have a lot of budget and they are making heavy investments. And as I have been working in the field for more than 10 years, I really question myself, how can we directly interact with the readers? Should we just blindly write articles? Is that enough? I think the most basic step would be to make investment, and starting from next year in the Herald Economic Daily, we are planning to meet with our readers. Thank you.
As you just mentioned, each one of the news agency trying to establish the CMS, but it costs a lot. And it is hard to develop on their own. So it is one of the headaches that they are, because they are struggling to invest a large amount of money as of now. And so through what kind of system would be effective to reach out our readers directly is one of the things that they're working on. So I think that is leading everyone to the cooperation. I think the details can be asked in the next question. So let's move on to the other panelists. Shin, Sukho from the Donghwa Daily. So he joined 1995 in the Donghwa Daily, and then he was the head of the digital department, and then he also was the editor-in-chief. And then he moved to the Donghwa.com, which is the current company he's working for. So based on your experiences that you had in the Donghwa.com in terms of the business strategy, you can share your experiences. Because I believe that this organization already created the CMS on their own, so without using the other third-party developed a system. That is a very characteristic. So could you share your experiences? So I'm Shin Sukho from the Donghwa.com. So development of the CMS on our own, and then we are also planning to monetize through that system in the next year. So Vivian Schiller said, although she didn't provide us the one solution, she already gave us the answer to which directions that we have to go in terms of coming up with the strategy. So based on that. So basically, we have to focus on the community, and then we have to focus on the impact, which means that we have to get together to make a positive impact to the community as well as the overall group. I think that is the guideline that I learned from her presentation. As you already know, Donghwa Media has been sending the hero content, which is the newsletters that we are sending to our readers, as you already know. I think that is the good examples in line with the guidance that I got from the Schiller's presentation. So in 2010, there was a project called the Rebirth, which is related to the emphasis on the organ transplantation. So that was involving all the organizations related to that, which is considered as a collective impact. So that is a good example. I think that we're making the good impact and contributions to the society. That is one of the ways that we can enhance the trust from the people. And for the last 6 years, I've been leading the projects Hero Contents. In those 6 years, we also found the new readers that we couldn't recognize before starting the Hero Contents projects. So the stories, we read the story, and the readers read the story about the people who donate their organ for the other people's at a time when they're also pressurized and then in the very deep sorrow to lose their loved ones. So I found many contents and engagements from the readers by leaving the contents that this is a remarkable story and this is very touching. Those are the comments that I read at the times during that project. So what we are focusing on is that we try to target the existing readers, but we found the potential from the projects that we can also expand the potential reader base by doing such a good things. So of course it is important to increase the revenue in the short term. But rather than focusing on the short-term revenues, we have to focus on the ways that we can maximize the trust level of the communities, so that we can flex our influences, and then that would ultimately lead us to enhance the brand reputation. So that is the direction of the project's hero.
So if we go follow the order of the seats, I'll have to ask the questions to Shin. But first, let me ask the question to Mr. Namgung Chang-sung, who's from the local media agency. So compared to Seoul's news media agency, I think local media is having a difficult time, but still you're making efforts to survive. Now, please, I'd like to ask for your insights and share your ideas. Yes, thank you. So I am in charge of Gangwon People's Daily, which is being issued at the Chuncheon city of Gangwon province in Korea. So within the city, local region, we have the print newspaper, the digital newspaper, and the video that are delivered through the Gangwon city's TV. And also we issue newsletter. As for Gangwon People's Daily, as for the print version, we distribute it to Gangwon province and Seoul area. And by affiliating with the Naver, we have about 1.5 million readers, and in real time we provide the news across the country. And as you are all aware, the current trend shows that the news is now transforming from the text into video. So we have recently created a TV station, and every day we are coming up with news videos for our readers. And every Monday, targeting about 10,000 opinion readers, we provide newsletters in Gangwon province. And recently, within our news agency, we have this publication department, and we relocated the department to the ICT Venture Town, and we recently converged the editor department and also the press room, coming up with new models where we can survive in the environment represented by artificial intelligence. And just like Ms. Schiller mentioned during the presentation, and when it comes to the Korean media agency, we have to come up with new business models that is in line with the AI development. I think right now we're at the phase where we are making various attempts. And today's topic is revenue structure. The thing is, we do not have a clear solution or answer to that issue. So that's the current situation that we're facing right now. As for the Gangwon People's Daily, when it comes to the newspaper revenues and the number of issuance and in the digital media environment, among the 180 daily newspapers, we account for the top 5%. So of course, we cannot represent all the regional local news agency. And as you all know, with a ratio of 7:3, there is a gap between the local news agency and the metropolitan news agency. So I'm not sure whether this is the right way to put it, but the local news agency is facing a huge crisis. And with the diminishing number of local governments, the local news agency is also facing risk in terms of financial aids. We lack financial support to advertise and promote ourselves. it is indeed a dire crisis. Nevertheless, in the era of AI, just like the presenter mentioned, I think we need to provide content centering around the local community and also building partnership with the local community people. We should also come up with sports marketing, and we should also make the local issues as our major agenda and to spread our news across the nation. And that is how we are tackling our crisis. Thank you.
So as you just said, so Gangwon Dongin Daily is what the Dongin Daily is doing is not the things that other agencies are doing in a good way, I believe. So I think considering the situation, you mentioned about what kind of activities that you're doing considering the circumstances. So I would like to ask Mr. Namgung from the Gangwon Daily. So in terms of the AI and all kinds of the efforts that we are making, of course, one of the efforts is to advance the quality of the contents and also to diversify the channels reaching out to our readers. Do you think it is paying off? Those efforts are paying off? And then do you think those efforts are actually leading to the increase in revenues? So could you explain about that? I think that question I didn't expect, but anyways, thank you for inviting us here today. So before starting, I would like to apologize. Maybe my answer is not relevant or related to that question, but anyway, we are focusing on the industry. So there must be some contradicted ways because we are not that much we are focusing on the industry. So let me put it this way. So when we introduce the AI technology into the industry or business, it should be clear that what kind of the impact or the value that we can get. And then is it for the making the business thriving, or is there any other intention? So that kind of things should be clarified. Through the AI, let's say I created something. Another question might be whether we can make a competitive edge by using the AI technology or not. But I don't think we have a clear answer to both of the questions. So let's say that we are introducing the AI technology into our business. How much the competitive edge that we can get through that is not clear. So which means that whether it is possible or not, whether it is possible to double the engagement of the readers by introducing the AI technology or not sure. And then maybe we can calculate how much the money that we have to spend to do so, not clear. Then only option is wait for the others to do, and then we're just getting into that markets when the costs is affordable, because it is always the case for the other disruptions that we have been through in the past, because the front runners, they sacrifice some of them, and the latecomers taking a lot of benefits by taking the lessons from the previous cases. So what I'm saying here is that we created the advertisements by using the AI technology. So when you search the advertisement, you can easily find some of the videos created by AI technologies. But you can also easily find those advertisements not touching, not emotional. But the reason why they're doing so, with knowing that, they're just marketing the letter Hyundai Motors, which means that they want to make, they set up the strategies that they're advertising their brand names by spreading the fact that they're using AI technology for their marketing. So there must be some of the efforts that they're making for the marketing, but actually some of the groups are using the AI technologies to enhance their efficiency in their workflow. But based on my experiences, I'm not sure to what degree they're actually using the AI technology into our daily workflow. So of course, I encounter some of the colleagues that are actually using the AI technologies for creating the articles, but most of them are using the same tools that are open to the public. So that doesn't make any differences among those who are using the AI technologies. But when it comes to the non-generative AI tools, when we talk about the automation, the picture might be different. So let's say all the small things in our daily workflow can be automated by using the technology or created environments that provide the immersive time to the workers, including the editors and reporters. That is very meaningful. So in that process, what kind of things that we can do should be answered clearly. How much money that we can save through that efforts, how much the labors that we can save, those kind of the questions should be answered cleared. I'm graduated from the university's major in the media, and then one of my professor told me that is a technique. So you can learn those techniques on site. You have to focus on the reading. When professor told us, we didn't listen to that very seriously because I thought that we have to learn some techniques. But after long time, I realized what that means. Because at the time, those who focus on the reading books and then listening to the music, they're thriving when they become producers later, for example. Not focusing on the techniques. So when we talk about the AI technology, if we can buy some the times that we can be more immersive in the work, I think it is meaningful to introduce the AI technology. And then last thing, I think we already touched upon this briefly on this matters, but in the media, I'm mostly involved in the video market, but there's a critical moment that we saw the overlap with the book and the media markets in 1990s. Time and Warner Communication were combined. So that created Time Warners that we all know now. But now, Time is separate from the Warner Time. And I'm not sure, but Meredith, I'm not sure. But another internet company bought the company for the survival. So this is a very heartbroken story. But this is ups and downs of the one industry. So once they thrive, and then another time this is the thriving moments and the demise of the one industry. So all the trends that are moving toward the successful industry, and in the process, the declining industries are pushed away. This is the case in the entertainment business. For example, we focus on the TV and then move to the cable TV market, and then once we have an internet, they're moving to the internet market, and in the process, the other remaining industries were pushed out from the mainstream. So from the industrial perspective, and then in terms of the revenue perspective, what we are doing in the classic way is not the directions that we are heading to in terms of the revenue. So that would be that we have to find another new owner of this industry to take on to survive. But it's we have very negative perspective on that. So I think the question should be in that way.
So I asked you the question, and you also gave us good insights and some food for thought. I think just like internet, the AI, these are the new technologies that concerns the journalism industry. We're not saying that we're going to do this, but when those new technologies are adopted, we have to think about how they could be helpful to the journalist work process. And just like other panelists mentioned, when it comes to the responsibility of what has been reported by the journalism, I think the responsibility lies in the journalists. In that sense, utilizing AI and the relevant tools, we have to think about how we can efficiently use those tools to upgrade and enhance the quality of articles, and also how we should distribute our budgets and investments. Now, because we do not have much time, I would like to ask you second questions. Now, first, I would like to ask questions to the Korean panelists. Now, so each company is making their own efforts. For donga.com, you mentioned about hero contents, and also other high-quality journalism efforts were witnessed from your answers. So, in conclusion, that is going directly to your readers, and you have emphasized the importance of meeting your readers. Currently, we are shifting away from coming up with breaking news. Instead, we focus on quality. The thing here is that really helpful at all? That is, did it really contribute to expanding the number of readers? Now, some of you mentioned about the reader revenue. Because of those efforts, has it really led to the increase in the revenues of the companies? Now, when it comes to the revenue structure, what kind of efforts are being made in your companies? So first, I think that will be the last question that we could delve into. I'll give you 2 minutes. So first, we'll start with Sukho from Donga Daily, and then Mr. Sangbeom from Herald Economic Daily. And then we'll move on to Namgung Changsung of Kangwon People's Daily. And for the last question, I will ask that question to Ms. Schiller. And has any of you have questions to our Ms. Schiller, our presenter? Then we'll close this discussion session. Yes. So, just like many news media in Western country and Korea, they are now putting payrolls to the subscribers. But the problem is that it is really not effective in Korea, because this is some sort of B2C, of course. B2C is not a sole method for journalism to make money. Throughout the history, the journalists have created new relations with the readers, whether it's B2B or B2C, and they all create revenues. But in some way, I think the digital activity itself should not be something that is related to something lucrative or creating revenues. So that's how the media industry survived throughout the years. But now we have to think about whether those kind of revenue models are helpful to the news agency. So just to recap what I have mentioned, reporting the societal issues, that is the core task of the journalism. Because depending on our articles, the reaction of the society could differ. So some of you may say that this is an ideal thought, but to be honest with you, news media is not just a company that pursue profits, and actually the news agency has different characteristics when compared to other industries. So I would like to talk more about AI, but for now, because we have time constraints, I think I'll skip that part. So in some way, you mentioned about the impact and the results, so I'll answer to your question. Now, for hero contents, it has been distributed for 5 years, for the past 5 years, since 2016, and we have the leaders, the executive members within the news agency. The reaction from the leaders is somewhat different. Now, the reactions from the leaders is quite different from the public because we do not know for sure whether this would work until we actually carry out the project or new policy. So usually the leaders tend to focus on the numbers. They ask us what will be the expected cost and the results, the profits. So in the end, we have the opinion leaders that create our society, and I think we journalism has to especially focus on both parts. So I'll not be able to give you the answer right now, but in some way, I think in some way we are having a good reputation and that it is contributing partially to our society and to the journalism as a whole.
I'll answer it simply. So as for the achievements, we earn money when we conducted the new projects. Shin and created big story was our benchmark. So we successfully create the quality results, but the revenue that earned from that was not enough to run the whole team. So we decided to close that project. So as of now, maybe it sounds very naive, but the Herald is not focusing on the short-term revenue. But the biggest reason why we are setting up a read system is not for the reporters as well, which means that we are focusing on the reaching out the readers. So we expect our employees to change their mindsets to reach out the readers more effectively. It has been 13 years since I worked in this journalism industries. When we create the strategy for the investments, I said in organic business model can be maintained for the certain years, but if we lose the track, then definitely we will end up with the bankruptcy in the end. So what we are focusing on as of now, as a reporters, but also as an organization, for the corporate value is the news content, and then beyond the news content, how to, in this market, how to be recognized by the readers and the people so that we can make a sustainable system. That is the value that we are focusing on. So some of the reporter question that all we have to do is creating the quality contents. But without any changes in the mindset, I don't think that any of the revenue model will sustain. So without any mindsets of the reporters who are working on the sites, we cannot survive. So that's what we are focusing on. Thank you.
Yes, let me add my comment. Now, because we have limited time, please brief in your answers to 1 minute and 30 seconds. So when it comes to the digital model, I think we are at the initial phase. I first started working as a journalist in 1989. There was only one daily newspaper in Gangwon province. So it was really old back in the days, and at the time the executive leaders mentioned that they are suffering due to financial risk at the time. Now, I think the challenge that we face is different from the 1989. So to surpass such barriers, I think we need to come up with multi-layered methods to better use AIs. Now, we are currently talking about the revenue models. And from that perspective, I think the crisis itself is not the issue of business, but an issue of journalism. As we are pursuing the revenues, I think we are forgetting about the essence of journalism. Some of the panelists also mentioned, when it comes to the essence of journalism, when it comes to the principle and the mission of journalists, the revenue will follow naturally. And in that sense, I think it will lead to the sustainability of the news media. It is the same for both the nationwide news agency and the local news agency. Last year in Daegu, there was a local newspaper conference hosted by the Korea Press Foundation. There were several local news agencies that won the award at the time. It was Incheon, Busan, and Gyeonggi daily newspapers. So, for example, there was also a case, journalist who reported about the lives of the Korea people who live in Uzbekistan and Central Asia. And also there was a journalist who dealt with articles such as how the government takes care of the elderly who died alone. And also there was an article about the carcinogens exposed to the children. Those received good feedback from the organization. This is something that the nationwide news agency cannot cover. And this is something that the local news agency could deal with. And I think these efforts could give us a hint about our solutions to tackle our current challenges. That is, returning to the origin of journalism. It will naturally lead to creating revenues and also creating sustainability. Thank you.
We're running out of time, so rather than receiving the questions from the floors, I would like to ask a question. One last question to you. I think everyone's related to your presentation. Everyone's agreed to that we have to reach out more to the readers, and that we have to more focus on the community. And then that's the directions that we're making efforts. But you already know the situations that sometimes the management doesn't wait for that. So for the good journalism, especially at a community level, to make it effective, how many times for the management, what kind of the comments that you can make to the management, rather than focusing on what kind of things that we have to do so how much times that the management should wait for to see, yeah.
Well, I would hope that these efforts would be led by management. It doesn't work otherwise. Without these kind of messages coming from leadership, it's just in my experience, these strategies can't be effective. So where I see successful efforts, it is because there is, from the top, a very clear vision, a very clear strategy, and an endorsement and encouragement for everybody in the organization to understand their purpose, what they're going to do, why we're in this business, how we need to connect to the community, and otherwise it can't work. So I don't know how you persuade management. I think you can't.
So you have given us a really good answer. So compared to the previous sessions, I think the last session was a bit chaotic. But however, first of all, let me give my apology as a moderator. But whatsoever, I think this is the challenge that all media agencies face. With the rising trend and fast wave of changes, when it comes to journalism, we are being attacked by the external force about the essence of journalism. However, at the same time, I think this is the right time for us to do something else and to something different, and also to make various attempts. So in that sense, to the journalists in the newsroom, I would like to say that rather than talking about money and revenues, I think what's important here is to create conditions where we can higher the quality of journalism and to give some time for us to come up with good quality journalism, and also to center around the readers. I think that's the role of the executive members and the leaders. Now, once again, thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you. Once again, So a moderator mentioned that it was a bit chaotic, but it was really orderly. So once again, I would like to express my thanks to the panelists and the participants. Now this comes to the end of all the sessions of the KPF Journalism Conference. Now, for the past 3 days, we have 30 panelists and numerous participants. Once again, I express my gratitude to all the panelists and all the moderators. And thanks to moderator Kim, she has stuck to the given time, and which means that I have some time to give you some message. I think many of you are worrying about the impact of AI, whether it will replace your jobs. So as the host of today's event, I realized that there could be an AI MC in the future. Nevertheless, I think the participants will not be replaced by AI. Each and every one of you were all valuable and important. Moving forward, just like writer Song mentioned during his keynote speech, in the era of AI, we have to think about our values and what kind of path we will unravel. Now, I have one favor to ask. If you look at behind your ID card, once again, I would like to repeat this announcement. Please scan the QR code and please fill in the survey. Please leave your comments and feedbacks. After we collect all those feedbacks, it will be helpful for us to host next year's conference. Now this comes to the end of the 2024 KPF Journalism Conference. Please return home safe. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you.